Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, vassals of all ages, let's try and remember what happened nearly a month ago in this fucked up world of ours. So, to get to the initial beginnings of last time, the party as a whole was gathered in uh, two locations. One, the Underdungeon, of Paradise Peak, which is located conveniently right underneath the guild hall. It is where some of the most dangerous criminals are kept in the interim while they are being tried and or being prepared to be moved to the main prison of which the council has under their control, called the Wall. Something that you guys got told about a few times in the past by both council members, random interactions with certain NPCs, and just general rumors about this facility where not many people have ever come back from. And it is more of a uh, testing grounds than actual prison. As supposedly not just humans or humanoids are kept there. It seemed like, for some of your punishments, at least one, maybe two of you were going to end up there in the case of Kipley and Duradon. However, a trial, or at least a hearing of the council, seemed to be warranted beforehand. Um, and in a classic The Six fashion, we decided to not wait for that. we had each and every single one of our party members confess to either the same or different NPCs about the various crimes, wrongdoings, and events that you have taken a part of or have transpired over the course of your time at Paradise Peak. Um, Mammoth, in one of my favorite moments of this campaign, had a folding of zero pressure, where he talked about the docks and going down to Garen's Crossing. Um, and the two guards that were assigned to you, Rufford and Leon, both Eingard's personal men, who were supposed to be there for more your protection more than anything else, uh, led you, following with a slightly bleeding Kipley, down the hall after bagging your heads and putting you inside this kind of semi-echoey chamber. Um, you all were unsure of what was happening at this point, but it was clear, due to certain actions, whether on your part and or the outside world's part, things were being moved forward much more quickly than expected. Um, on the other side of the island, Durdon had a heartfelt moment with Evelyn Kroll, where you got to see the slightest of humanity, and I mean slightest bit of humanity, um, in her aiding in you potentially trying to get you and your friends off the island, giving you some gear and some information and all of that lovely shit, and essentially saying if you wanted her help, she would give it to you, but she made you very aware of the consequences that if, because you have been one of her not longest vassals, but one of the longer term vassals that have served underneath her and have been extremely loyal, uh, that hey, if you really think that it's worth me helping and causing a potential discrepancy in the council's leadership and hierarchy, after I get 100% either disciplined or kicked off the council, um, for aiding in the escape of multiple fugitives, she'll do it. But Duradon said, no, it's not worth it. You are too valuable. And I'm going to be on my merry way and go to the Damballa estate, where you met with Kira. And Kira was, to say the least, depressed, upset, and dealing with the loss of her hand. Um, she uh, certainly wasn't happy to see you and was certainly confused that you would ask her for help in breaking out your friends. She hit you with the "I'm good. I am useless and have done nothing but wrong, and really can't help you in any way." You shared all the information that you knew with her at the very least. She went on her merry way, and you decided to talk with Ashling Dambala, her mother. And in doing so, uh, you may have slipped the information about a certain archmage, that who should not be named, Lorenzo Renault, um, and about his dealings with you, in which you had privileged girl abandonment, in which you had a very brief encounter where you very intelligently did not fight back as she restrained you. Because, again, essentially made claims that Lifelong Friend was a murderer, um, and also, attempted to murder you with a spell that you shouldn't be able to come back from. So she went to go get someone who could cast Zone of Truth, but not only that, she went to go get one of the most trusted and well-advised friends of both the Dambala and Renel family, because he is the head of the Dambala family, Jordan Dambala himself. About 15 minutes went by, he arrived, had a short conversation with you, and essentially said, "Hey, bud, I already know everything that's going on. You fucked up by coming here, and I really wish you didn't. You're gonna have to die. How would you like to do it?" Um, and he gave you an offering of like final words or a final request. You said to look at my memories, um, hoping that it would impact him in some way, or at least carry on some way. And you got what you wanted, but you also ended up getting a essentially guaranteed death after you accepted the challenge that he gave you, recognizing that you are not someone who has piqued his interest in terms of standing in either social, political, or any sort of strength-based ground of the Dabala family. But he saw your stature build, multitude of scars, and said, "This guy's probably a warrior. I'll give him warrior's death." And you beat the shit out of each other. A lot. You ended up doing pretty fucking good because you got like 4 crits because you're Jared. Um, and in the end, I think this is the third or fourth time I've had to ask what flashes before Duradon's eyes as the lights go out. Also, the third or fourth time that you've died on your mission to aid Kipling, which is, hilarious. If I'm not shitting, I'm critting. Amen. And in this moment, we'll go over and discuss the brief little back and forth that happened in the Underdungeon. For some strange reason, despite being in anti-magical cuffs and manacles, and having a bag over your heads, which actually was tied on rather tight for some of you, a little smoky wisp started to boil up in Kipley's lungs, and it felt like you needed to expel something in a rather uncomfortable manner. And what you expelled was, surprise, your brother. It had been a long time since we had last seen Ezrin, especially in the form that you saw before you. But unsure whether it was that stranger who interrogated you and the strange liquid he injected you with, your weird state with your patron, or some other aspect that you're just unsure of. One way or another, he manifested. in the form of a shadow spawn, in which Mustang recognized. And you had a little bit of kind of pleasant conversation after he realized he couldn't really help you without killing anyone. He asked you straight up, like, "Hey, you want me to off this guard and take the keys and get you out?" And you said, "Nah, we're good. Let's just have a conversation instead." And that you did. Um, you very much saw the sibling dynamic between the two. Or everyone else got the chance to see it in person. Um, and you kind of slowly began to accept your fate after realizing the strange cavern that you were in, not a holding cell. Um, and what attempts that you made to try and get out, or at least see what was going on, for Mustang trying to burn eye holes into his back, um, didn't really pan out too well. And eventually, after time went on and Ezrin went to go explore, the ground started to rumble and shake, and guards came in and began to pick you up by your and escort you towards this kind of large insectoid creature, um, very much resembling a centipede on ketamine. And as you began to get escorted onto this strange creature, as it was not only putting just barely the tip of its head inside of the enclosed space for you to get on top of, um, there was this strange hut inside of it, or excuse me, on top of it, that had this interior where you were put inside and caged. It began to move. The only real explanation of where you were going or what was happening was given by one of the guards. As he said, you were being transported directly to the wall in an expeditious manner. As the timelines synced up, an offer was made. Because the Six have been given many offers by many people. But sadly, one person has gotten more than the others. As Durdon, with a hand putting a hole in his chest and fading out into non-existence, was given yet another opportunity. Mischief had to make a choice of just how valuable you were as a pawn and how much she was going to hold up on her end of the deal. Had Durdon chose to die, could have gone to a numerous number of ancestral planes to be with those who have passed. Peace could have been finally given in a much more painful sort of way, but still nonetheless. And his responsibilities would have disappeared. However, he made a deal with the Monarch of Mischief, and she is very particular about keeping what is hers, one, alive, and two, in mint condition. So she offered, of course, asking you to beg for your life, which Gurdon just gave in immediately, that she would help you in an exchange. It wouldn't, again, have to be a deal that you're used to, but you would lose something. And that something was your body. As the swap began between Lorna Dane Newman and Durdon Bashala, and you took a back seat within your own body as the Monarch of Mischief, with one of the many things that she can do in her current form, didn't resurrect, prevented death at the very least. And it was clear that while Jordan didn't immediately recognize who was in your body, it's very rare that you were being possessed by something that was far greater than you. And in the split second that the possession went through, it seemed like time itself came to a standstill. Both above and below the island. Although some of you not being affected by it. Mammoth, Mustang, and Kipley aboard this large centipede-like creature saw the earth shake for a moment as it slammed into the wall, and all of you being jettisoned towards the sides of it or off of it felt this sensation run through your body. A strange feeling. Something was off, as it was in motion, yet still. And Duradon saw that Jordan was beginning a casting. Some sort of spell or incantation. And at that moment, all of you vanished from this plane and reappeared, warping simultaneously between all four of you. Looking around at a slightly cloudy sky, beaming sunlight hitting your faces, and seeing the familiar faces of your full group, well, as full of your group as it can be at this moment, back together. Duradon, Kipley, Mammoth, and Mustang sitting side by side up top. A mountain range that you're very familiar with. You just haven't seen it from this angle as you looked down and saw many, many miles beneath where you're currently standing. A speck in the distance that resembled the dreaming city of Paradise Peak. And as we pick up where we left off, turning and seeing before you beautiful marble palace, looked like carved into the mountain itself. Sitting and waiting, a figure, a silhouette of one, had beckoned you towards the entrance. And as we start off the next session, what would you all like to do?
Oh man, I did not remember that last part. I did not remember we got transferred somewhere. I thought we were headed to the wall. I did not
Oh
remember that
no!
at all.
The cliffhanger was that you're on top of the mountain.
Um. Hmm. We see Duradon.
Yeah. You're all currently lined up side by side, a few feet apart, and Duradon is alive, standing next to you, covered in numerous amounts of burns, blood kind of leaking from his chest, and just like he had the shit beaten out of him, but alive and breathing.
And it, w- and I'm so sorry. What do we see before us? I know we're on like kind of an
It is
overlook.
so the best that I can describe it, and I
Uh-huh.
looked for ages to try and find
Oh,
something to
you're
fit in my
okay.
mind. It is a semi-flat plateau at the top of the mountain that is the center of Paradise Peak. And roughly about 300 feet away is what looks like to be a marble palace that is carved into the mountainside itself, carved into the actual peak itself. The palace entrance itself kind of has this like silk curtain that blocks seeing inside of it. And you saw that there was a humanoid figure that gave a beckoning hand in your direction as they walked in just as you appeared. But it was like a split second, so it wasn't like anything overly detailed that you guys could make out.
Oh boy. Um, I think Kipling probably takes a moment, taking a step back in shock, and kind of tries to remember how to breathe for a moment, realizing
You don't have to.
they were once again out, looks over to at Mustang and Mammoth, sees Duradon, and like just kind of stumbles over towards him. Oh my god. Oh my god, are you all right?
Is Doradon him or
So
is
I was just about to say,
yeah?
you hear back in a mixture between a feminine voice with a mixture of Durdon's natural tone, saying, "He's alive for the moment."
Oh, fucking hell. You would be involved, wouldn't you?
In saving you? Yes, I would.
Saving. Right.
I'm sorry you displeased with your current situation. I'd say I can put you back, but
I mean, you
she
were kind
kinda
of the one
looks
that put us in the situation to begin with. I am grateful you got us out of it. Don't get me wrong. Look, there
This,
is
to be
so
fair,
much
a
that just
lot of
happened.
a lot of moving parts, and this is a very complicated scenario we found ourselves in. Not all my fault. Not all your fault. Little bit of both.
All right, yeah, okay, I'll take that.
However, I am going to be of no use whatsoever for what lies behind those walls. And I have a strong feeling it is not an invitation you can deny. Nor I can.
Is Duradon alright? Like, just do we need to heal him? How do we get him back? You're
He'll live.
great, but
Oh, he's here. Duradon, you can speak. And you can talk if you want, Jared.
Oh, baby.
As like a brief moment where you see the face kind of like for those of you who have seen oh god, what was it? What was the show that was just called Moon Knight?
yeah.
Yeah, the show that where it goes between like Mark Spector and Jake. Fucking what's his name? Their face just kind of shifts for a second, then you see a blur, and Duradon, you come back to your facilities.
Yeah, it's
You
me.
you still feel the like it doesn't feel like you're back in control of yourself. You still feel like your body isn't functionable, but your voice and mind settle back in.
Oh.
This is God. This feels. Oh my God. God. Uh,
That is really disturbing.
yeah, it's new. It's I died like twice trying to get here. So
No. Ugh.
not three times. I'm sorry. You remember the one where or actually you weren't there for that part. So I did die on the ship. Um, and then I got a new artificial heart, and then I died again to a wizard, and
Artificial
then I
heart.
got
Oh,
teleported,
okay. Okay. Yep.
and then I died again.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh,
Yeah.
I tried to come back for you. I promise. I promise. It just didn't. It didn't work out so great, and I'm so sorry. I'm.
Yeah, it's all right.
No.
I think like I haven't had a lot of time to mentally process because it had been again back to back deaths in less than like 4 days time. Um,
Oh God.
so like yeah, that's I don't think I've had the time to process everything that's going on, but also like not really. I'm not mad. Um, I'm happy that you got out, and it wasn't ideal that you maybe didn't get the information
What?
and you got imprisoned again,
What?
but
What information?
you're alive. The the information that we were supposed to get from the mission, that again I died three times for, the island, your friend.
Oh, my friend. Rictus. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, the artificer. Yeah, I was like a large component of like the bargain, as well as again the island that I was entrusted to get you to. Those were like two really important things that you're supposed to get the information for.
Yeah, sorry. Those are both things that I don't know. I guess I just I couldn't leave you, and she wasn't willing. I don't know. I just I couldn't get my thoughts right, and all I could think about was trying to get back to you, and I'm not good under that kind of pressure. Look, there's a reason I need people around me. Like she kind of looks between Mustang Mammoth and Duradon. I need people. I don't like to admit that, but I do. Otherwise, I don't know. Like, I can't make good decisions. I need. We're going in that door, right? She kind of points over towards the.
Yeah. Um, I was supposed to get to you all to tell you about that. Um, you'll have to tell me again later how the fuck you all got arrested, including the people that had nothing to do with the actual crimes. Um,
I'm sure Mammoth would love to
but
tell you.
Which,
Seems
by
to
the
love to
way,
tell everybody.
you're all still in chains.
Oh.
3 of you, Dirt on not, but you guys are all still manacled.
what the fuck? I like I like left you all for like less than 8 hours. I feel like the mission took less than 8 hours. It got well, it went to shit in less than successful extraction might have been actually closer to 8. Um, But yeah, anyway, this I think is a meeting of the monarch. I
The
think that's what he was telling me about that was gonna maybe happen.
Oh, I'm gonna puke.
what are
Yeah.
we doing
Oh,
here?
you remember the whole thing where we did it to get the information and like that was the whole thing. So like we might have your group unfortunately has had the shit luck of running into several monarchs between like the island that we were convinced to go on for some fuck reason. And then when I died on the mission, and kind of like my dad and my mentor's bodies were like wrecking shit. Um, like my entire clan and all of my dead relatives now belong in servitude to one of the monarchs. Um,
Oh,
and they were doing a whole thing, and so
which one? Not that I know any of them aside
uh
from the mischief one.
he was like a king of ice.
A ching of ice?
A king, like a monarch of, well, yeah, a monarch of ice.
Oh,
You also caught a
Yeah.
glimpse of him, Kipley, when you were there. Because you were
where?
both on the ship when you saw him walking by.
Oh, that's right. Hmm.
Only difference was Durdon had a few words with him.
So it was,
How many
but he
monarchs
was
are
fake.
there?
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Uh, well, we know there's a monarch of dragons because Paradise Peak, and one of the sponsors is a child of one. Then we got the
Oh
monarch
god,
of
she's not
mimics.
going to be here, is she?
Actually, I don't know. Then you have the monarch of ice thing, and the monarch of mischief. Um,
I am certainly not part of this council. You hear in your head,
well,
Durdon.
yeah, she's not technically part of this council. But I think the question is like, I don't know who's on this council. So I am going to be very realistic. I do not know if any of us are going to make it out of this alive. I would recommend that we leave the talking to answering the questions, maybe specifically as they're asked. And right now, it's really just we're at the mercy of historically the most powerful beings to exist, period. The end of sentence. That is, they are very powerful entities. Um, at least from what I saw of the one of like ice, he again resurrected my entire dead clan and
Okay.
got them to march. That was so they're I don't know what we're expecting here, but I am all for the plan of letting Mustang do the talking.
Oh my
He
god.
is a great leader, and the most charismatic of all of us, and he does not want to die. So I think Mammoth may be a little too young. Kipley, you literally have a form of death, so and I
Oh,
don't have a way with
okay.
words, so leaves Mustang to kind of do the leader job that he's been doing. So,
We see Mustangs in the background. He's like got the chains on his hands under his boot. He's like trying to break them.
Oh yeah. Any way you could get these things off of us?
Maybe can Jordan try to break like the chains or the manacles?
You can try. Whose would you like to try first?
Uh,
Mustang.
Mustang probably. Yeah.
Go for it. Go ahead and roll me a
Uh,
strength check.
okay.
This is just raw strength, not athletics.
That's cool. Um, let's pray to the gods here. Come
First roll
on, don't
back,
fuck me this
guys.
Do it
early.
now.
Fucking
Oh,
god damn it.
You rattle the chains, try and pull apart with pure physical strength as you're sitting at 1 hit point, bloodied, bruised, beaten, and burned. And you immediately recognize the make and model of these because they have been both in your hands and clamped on others' hands by you many times. They're not exactly weak by any means. They are magically. You don't know if they're magically enhanced for both strength and magical resistance, but the first go does not give you confidence.
Jordan
You
is
try again if you
going
like.
to
The more you try,
try.
the higher
He's
the
gonna
DC.
he's gonna rage this time and do it. Okay, try to go at it. Kind of calming down and like using a burst of like his focus and strength to try to get at it, pitter patter, get at her. You know.
Sure.
And he's gonna pray to the gods that maybe they like him today.
Just need
That's
to
a
pray to
natural
one
20.
god. 24.
yes.
Um, it was a DC 22, bumped up to a DC of 24 because you failed last time. So if you had failed again, this would have been impossible. So this is a very funny reference. Many of you probably aren't going to get it, but I have to make it anyway because the first image that comes to my head. Um, I want to say like 2014, 15 movie, Hercules rendition played by The Rock, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when he is tied down, both hands behind his back, in chains, where he just kind of screams for about like 30 seconds and just pulls until you can see the individual links on the chains break. Very similar in how much stress on the body and hands this takes to do. And you can see as Duradon is pulling because to actually like pull the chains off of the manacles themselves, still manacled. So you're actually breaking the chain link between the manacles and the iron, like actual wrists, iron, not gauntlet, but rings on each hand, are still there, but the mechanic between them is broken. As you rip them apart, you can just hear the popping of metal, and you see your hands covered in not just a burn scar from the amount of friction of you pulling these apart, but blood from fresh wounds opened up again as you break open the chains. And I'm going to need everyone here to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Oh.
baby. Okay.
Well, I'm down, boys. Good thing I got the healer first.
Ooh.
19?
8.
Okay. 19, 8, 11.
Oh, wait.
Was
Oh, no, yeah, it was me.
Sorry, I was reading my
You're good.
exhaustion.
Oh yeah.
So
no.
it's -6 to that.
Oh,
-6
Yeah,
for
yeah.
what?
For it says -6 to D20 tests.
For 3 levels of exhaustion? No, it's just at disadvantage.
Oh,
That's a 2024 rule. I think that's
Yeah, different rules, different rules.
yeah.
okay.
No, we're still using 2014. So for exhaustion, you just have disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls, saving throws, and your speed is halved because wow, it's always a disadvantage when you roll best.
I
I love
know.
to see that so
I
much.
hate that.
Um, hey, considering you have disadvantage a lot, it's not bad. You managed to keep it. It's like a little trinket. Cool. So everyone except for Duradon passes. Oh, excuse me. You got an 8 Mustang?
yes.
Cool. So everyone but Duradon and Mustang passes.
Makes sense.
Duradon and Mustang, both of you are stunned and paralyzed, and both take 10 points of lightning damage. The rest of you both take 5 points of lightning damage as this electric shock just rips through the nearby vicinity in a 20-foot radius. The ground around you is just kind of sparking, and you see his little burn marks right beneath Duradon as his body hits the floor.
Oh.
But the chains are destroyed, and you are free, Mustang. As soon as the actual chain link is destroyed and it is pulled and broken apart, the iron cuffs, that's what I was looking for. God, I can use words. The iron cuffs on both your hands immediately fall off onto the floor beneath you, and the manacles that were straining your legs and chaining them together also fall to the ground as they just kind of with your normal ghostly effects kicking back in.
Oh, I said sorry. I'm about to get up to some nonsense.
You just ghost for the floor. Peace out.
It's fair.
Have fun,
good.
guys.
It would be sustainable for about 5 rounds before I die.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but we're paralyzed for how long?
Oh, it's right. You failed. So you find out. Oh no. Oh no. You are the only. Okay, we're gonna have to make.
Am I about to die again?
We're gonna have to make some rolls because you were paralyzed for a full minute. And Duradon also, and no one else here can cast spells or has any healing potions on them. Oh, we love this. Hey, Duradon, Jared, my beloved and trusted friend.
Mm-hmm.
You go ahead and just make me a few d20 rolls. Just start out by making 3 of them.
All right. 1, fail. 2, fail.
Success. Okay. Oh.
Does the talisman still work? I know death saving throws are slightly different.
I think we literally had this discussion last month when he was making saving for a...
Okay.
They wouldn't work, but I'm also out of uses of the talisman anyway.
Oh, well, there you go.
For the protection, or for the pact, there's still 2 left on the protection.
For ability checks, you are... Because it does count as a saving throw even though you don't add anything.
Okay.
So you do still have 2 uses of the talisman. If you want to use it, obviously on the 5, it doesn't matter because that is a failure. If you want to use it on the 7, I'll allow it. You can attempt to get a 3 or higher.
Let's go. No. Oh my fucking god.
Boy.
Okay.
So that's 2 failures, 1 success.
I'll keep rolling.
You have 7 more, bud.
Okay. Gay.
We are going to go until either you die or you even out.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is bad.
15.
2 for
2
2.
successes, 2 failures.
Dude,
All right.
Last success. By the way, before you roll this, Kipley and Mammoth, both of you just watched as this kind of electric shock goes out. Both of you resist the stunning effects. So you just kind of feel this momentary like jolt in your muscles acting up and locking up a little bit, but you shake it off. You both see Mustang, who is in a state of paralysis, where once again, like the cloud of smoke is now condensed into a coal-like body, and it's just kind of like jittering a little bit. And then Duradon is just body smoking, lying on the floor in front of you, just for visual images. I figured I could provide that. Go ahead whenever you're ready, Jared.
Just
Gang.
useless.
If I go 4 for 4 and sweep on deaths before I even talk to these fucking monarchs.
Before you even
I-
make it to the doorstep, if you die, I will probably piss my pants laughing. With respect, of course.
this can't be.
This is gonna be a natural 20. I
If
feel
it
it in
is,
my. I
that'd be
feel it in my
great.
heart.
That'd save
You
everyone
fucking
time.
bitch. You fucking. That's the last.
So you're dead. Again.
Okay.
I need you to go ahead and roll me a D100.
Gardner.
On a 25 or lower, something really bad's gonna happen. 75, or excuse me, anything above, you're good. Anything above
This is
20.
where I get. This is where I get a 10 or below. Anything below 25 is bad.
25 or below.
All right, this is where
You
I get
really don't want it.
Okay, 87.
Okay, so, cool. So the minute goes by, Mustang. You come out of paralysis, and you see the dead, smoking body of your friend on the ground, as Duradon is no longer breathing.
Oh, well, now that I'm ghost mode, maybe I can fix that. Would I be able to perhaps reach into his chest and grab his heart? Resuscitate him somehow?
You can try
you know what? Hold on. I actually have just the thing for this. I have, like, I think 600 gold worth of Sectrum on me, and the Revivify spell.
if you had your items with you.
Oh, fuck! They took my things in the prison!
That is
Oh, damn.
all in your bag of holding, and that is all not on your person right now.
Killing me. Okay, well...
Also,
Hey.
remember, you don't even have your Prime Monica at the moment. You are just
Right.
a smoky man in his smoky clothes.
And they took, like, all my stuff? Even the stuff that... They took all my stuff.
They stripped your entire person for each and every
Yeah.
single one of you. The only thing that you had left on you was the clothes that you were wearing.
Okay. Ooh.
Mainly because they know the majority of you don't have magical armor, and the one that does, it's a glamour effect, so it wasn't exactly anything that would be of worry.
I guess... Mustang will, I don't know, curse the other two for being useless and try and do CPR.
Yeah, Kipley's like, oh my god, no! And she's like kind of panicking for a moment, just looking back and forth, like trying to bring her arms up to her face, but like the chains keep stopping her and she just kind of like trips and falls forward.
Oh.
Ryan,
That makes me so sad.
because you haven't had a chance to roll yet, I want you to go ahead and roll me a d20.
Yeah.
That is so bad.
Oh.
What?
You
No!
really wanted
Fuck
a low-
up!
You wanted a minimum to low number. Thank you so much, though, because that makes me feel much better about this in general. So you attempt CPR, Mustang. If you like, you can go ahead and roll me a medicine check. As player, it's gonna do jack shit. But as Mustang, you don't know that, so you can attempt.
Yeah, Mustang is he's gonna try his hardest till the very end, and he crit fails anyways. So
Oh my god!
how
Got a
good is a
natural
dead guy
one.
gonna be at CPR anyways?
You are legitimately. I don't know if you've ever seen people do this when they're initially starting CPR training, but do you know how you're supposed to put your head on their chest and then look at their face to see if they're breathing? You put your head on his chest, but you look the opposite way towards Kipley and
That's
Mammoth.
so Mustang.
And you start pushing down, and you go to lean in, and you realize that if you touch him, he's probably going to burn him and solidify the death even more. So you're just pumping; it's not doing anything. Um, Jared,
Mm-hmm.
to describe what Duradon
Oh
goes
my
through in this little
god.
brief period, if you would like, is there any fun? No, kidding. I'm not gonna do that to you again. That would just be cruelty at this point. We've seen way too many final memories. We already know everything about Duradon. There's not much.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
you do hear a very annoyed British sigh. My Shayla! Um, as consciousness leaves you, and then kind of like a bungee cord going into the deep end of a pool. Darkness consumes you. This cold, wet feeling covers your body, and you hear, "For fuck's sake, one job! Can't even stay alive for 2 fucking seconds. You're really making me regret this entire deal and me saving your ass. To begin with, I can't keep doing it for free. There's gonna have to be a tax. It's gonna be a physical toll. I apologize, but I assume you want to live at all rather than just die right now. I can't talk to you because you're dead. You just hear my voice. So, sorry. Go ahead and write down in your notes, Jared. That
Mhm.
is 20 years off of Duradon's lifespan.
Oh God. Okay.
Maximum lifespan. So if he does go and try and live out to old age, if you make it that far, I don't know. It's not seeming likely at this point, considering you died within the first 10 minutes of this interaction, but that's 20 years gone. If you rolled a 1, like, that would have been great, but I had to make it a d20 because this is ridiculous. You do
Four for
take
four in
breath.
this.
You do take breath despite the critical one, despite the failure on Mustang's part. You're about like 2 minutes into CPR, Mustang, before you feel and he's just kind of coughing. Goes into a bit of a coughing fit. Comes out of Duradon's mouth, but is that strange mix between feminine and Duradon's normal masculine voice.
Oh,
Oi,
I did it.
you
But
did
also, go ahead and make me an intelligence check.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It said you are not allowed to be stupid. 13.
Percy, cool. Whether you want to believe it for your own pride that you think you brought him back, you can choose to do so. Medically speaking, CPR after 3 minutes of him not breathing should not work. Uh, Without any sort of magical means, he should be dead, but he just came back to life.
He
You
kind
can
of
play it as is, girl.
no. He's gonna shout, "I did it!" when he
Oh, for
takes
sure.
his breath. But then when he hears the coughing and it sounds weird, his head kind of like shrinks into his shoulders, and he curls his fingers and he's like, "I I did it."
Yeah. Yeah.
You did it! You
Duradon
did it!
comes back to consciousness with 1 HP, lying on the cold hard ground.
Don, is that you in there?
Is it me?
Yeah, you can speak if you want. It's the
Hold
same
on. Come
state as
here.
before. That's him inviting the Monarch Mischief in.
Hello.
Ashia, come in, girl. What's
I'm
up?
Hello.
What we
Yeah,
doing? Taking 20
6.
years of my
And
life?
so
Oh,
that's
shit.
gonna be tomorrow's blood.
You want me to take it down there?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. You want me to put it back in the bag or?
Yeah, everything. Take down.
Oh, it's so great. I love when RL just comes in. Oh, great.
I don't want him airing his business out. I
Like-
feel mean.
The world needs
Feel
to know
weird?
about the gummies.
Oh no.
You guys aren't voyeurs?
On the down low.
Yeah,
Feel bad.
you thought that was funny, Megan.
Oh my god. What a great start to the night, guys. What great roles. What great choices and decisions being made.
I mean, I rolled super well so
You
far.
rolled great, dude. You
I got
did
a
your
19 and
best.
a 20.
Yeah,
Oh.
you did God's work.
He's back.
Hey, Jared.
I am
good?
back. Hello.
Okay.
Hey.
Sorry, I just muted you for 2 seconds so we wouldn't be, overhearing
That's
your
right.
lunch
Megan
order.
streams this. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I muted
Oh, I
it
totally forgot about
after
that.
I muted
Cool.
my side after a few sec. I think after
I just
before
server
the
muted
gummy
beat
worms.
just in case. Didn't want to air out your shit, my man.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
You're good. I got you.
Cool. So I am talking through Duradon
Yeah, it's
right now.
at this point you're in sleep paralysis mode where it is just vocal now. Like you're
like,
not even sure your
trust
body
my
can
body.
move.
He's like, I'm going to meet the god of death one day, and he is going to just count to 4, or how many ever times. I think by now it may be well over 4.
It's 2 hands.
He's like, he's like, I allowed your soul to leave my shepherds 4 times. Thank you. No. And this is what you do with life? How many times? I'm gonna be so real with you guys. If we survive this, I'm pretty much going to do what I'm required to do. Kipley, this is no shade to you, but I made a confession to the Dumbalas that, like, I wanted them to tell Zyrus that she'd be a good mom. And I'm not powerful enough
What
to do
the?
with a lot of shit. I've died more times than you've probably been in prison or been in danger. I need you to understand I will be more than likely retiring after completing my due diligence. But
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm catching up here. First thing,
mhm.
number one, how many times have you died since meeting us?
4
Okay.
or 5. 4 or
I-
5.
No, number two.
Mhm.
What about Cyrus? What about babies? What did you say?
Oh, I just said that Zyrus would be a good mother.
To who? To the
Oh,
Dumbalas?
right. No. Fuck no. No. Why would she be a good... Oh, yes, I told the Dumbalas that as the elder Dumbala was killing me. So,
What?
you know...
What?
We have a
Oh
meeting
my
tomorrow.
God.
I feel like we have to...
You,
Yeah, oh, by the way...
The
Paradise
Dumbalas-
Peak, not a good place anymore.
Yeah, I kind of figured that one
Grandpappy?
out before all that.
like big
Yeah, so
scary?
apparently... Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you how I died the 3rd time. Right. So, or the
the second time. This is the second time. You watched me die the first time, or you got teleported away before you could see me die the first time. The second time, I got saved by Monarch of Mischief, um, because Percy's father decided that he wanted to disintegrate me to just because he could.
Oh, I know I hated the Renals for a good reason.
I mean, yeah, technically, I did kind of murder a lot of his people. But
They also, like, trapped us in there. It was his son that led us there to begin with.
yeah, I tried to logic that when I went to the Dumbalas to maybe get them to help me break you all out.
Oh, yeah.
And it's yeah, yeah, yeah. And that didn't work. I basically told I told them it was like going into a temple and telling them their god is bullshit. Because they
What?
immediately were like, ha ha ha, no, I don't think so. And so I tried to have a civil conversation, and maybe if it was just like your paladin Maeve, I believe, if it was just her mom, maybe there could have been conversation. But again, I'm not very good with words and convincing people of things.
What?
So that was the whole thing. But
Who do you
apparently,
talk to?
oh yeah, I was trying to go talk to Maeve's sister,
Oh,
and she was like, ah,
Kira,
fuck
yeah.
no. And
Wait,
yeah,
what?
Kira, yeah, she was like, no, because like I this was the first time me like expressing my power and trying to be helpful, and I got bitch slapped and lost a hand, and now I'm going to kind of retreat into myself because if I try to break you out, I'll probably get arrested. And, right now I'm at Percy's whim and mercy, which to be fair, I understood. So I then tried to speak to the mother, and it was originally on like a
Kibble has a hopeful look
I
again.
just want you to understand what's going on, and that maybe your daughter is going through something, because she thought I was with Kira, and I was like, disgusting, no. But also, like, that's not the situation. And so I was honest, because I was like, oh, well, clearly lying doesn't help anybody situation.
Oh,
And then she
I
was like,
mean,
ah, you fuckwit. Why would you say something as controversial as our family's longest living friend is a bad person? And I was like, well, you seem like a very powerful mage. You could maybe just detect my thoughts or see if I'm telling the truth. Which
yeah,
she did
yeah.
by going to get the elder Dumbala,
Uh,
and he was just straight up like, yeah, fuckwit, this is my family that I care about here, and you are drastically insignificant. So killing you, first off, I knew all of these things already. I knew that like he was maybe not the best person, and that he may have killed you, and you know now that you've let me see your memories and go through it, I know for sure that he did those things, but still gonna kill you, and that's how I died the third time, and you just watched the fourth time. Yeah. So the
oh,
Dumbalas, at least the head of the Dumbalas, is very like my family, Paradise Peak. I'm willing to bury bodies in the name of like maybe not good things and evil things if it means that like my family is okay. So just in case you had any desires of like maybe helping with a Maeve situation or anything like that, just don't mention that you know this information. Um, or that bridge may be burned. I'm not entirely sure. Um, but like, yeah, that sucked. I mean, he let me die a warrior's death. Um,
oh
but
man.
yeah,
Kipley's expression, like, as you're speaking this, it's just like dimming and dimming and dimming. And like by the end of it, she's just almost looks hopeless at first, but then just looks brimming with anger. Like lips pressed together and just chains slightly trembling a bit. Okay. No, that's all right. That's all right. I get it. I get it. I get it. Yeah, that makes complete sense.
To be honest, um it's looking like there is no good in Paradise Peak, or that good is I think nationalism prioritize morality, prioritizes or is prioritized by many of the ruling individuals of Paradise Peak over actually being good individuals. And they will do whatever is necessary to ensure that Paradise Peak is safe, which in chance and in lieu may make or has made me question, are the Heralds really that bad? I assume they are. I don't know. Everything that I've known about this place for like the last 9 years has been utterly useless and has gotten me killed. So if you were big supporters of Paradise Peak, you know, maybe live in ignorance and just keep your head down. And if you weren't, this shouldn't be a surprise.
Island full of oligarchs doing oligarchy things? Can't say I'm surprised.
She would make a good mother, you know. You're right.
Yeah, I don't. That was really a being delusional. I mean, I believe it. She would be a great mother. It was more so in reference to the dragon child that I have or will have at some point. Um,
What? You're
yeah, it's
pregnant?
whole. I'm not pregnant. I did have an egg. I did entrust it to Cyrus.
Oh my
Oh,
god. You're
Yeah.
pregnant.
No,
alright.
I don't believe. I think that is only in the fantasy tomes that men get pregnant. Um, though those are interesting reads.
You know,
I do have
before
to say.
we wander down into the lines of whether or not men can get pregnant in fantasy tomes, is there any other pertinent information that you needed to impart onto us before they come dragging us into those beautifully carved marble doors?
Important information. Important information. Oh, you can lose your awakened status through dying in trauma. I learned that the hard way. I killed a manifestation of pride, which may have just been my memory or may have actually been a manifest. I'm not really sure. Um, pertinent information. Pertinent information.
So wait, you lost your. You're not awakened anymore.
I mean, I am now. I had to kill like pride to get it back,
Oh,
but I think
So
it
you
was
can
mainly trauma, a lot of
you can
trauma.
awaken, unawaken, then reawaken?
At least I did it. I'm not sure if it's a thing that everybody can do, but I did indeed lose my awakened powers. That's how I got dusted. Because usually that shouldn't have worked on me. It would require him to at least damage me significantly more before he made an attempt like that. But it was just straight up like I was a normal person for like a while. It was very sad. So
okay.
yeah, you can lose your awakened ability.
Alright.
Trying to think if there's anything else traumatic that I didn't tell you. Did you tell them everything about what we saw of the council? The council that
Yes.
fucking fucked people. Okay, you did
Yeah,
tell them that part.
literally everything. Literally everything. And I think that might have gotten us into more trouble than... They didn't really care. I think they more thought, oh, these people know things. We should probably shut that shit down. Let's take them to the
Wait, I'm
wall.
sorry. You told who everything? I was asking, did you tell our party everything?
Oh, yes, I told the party everything.
Who else did you tell everything to?
Hmm. He declined to give me a name.
Hipley, did they work for the government?
You know, I'm not sure.
It wasn't Eingard who went in and questioned you?
He did it first, but he really didn't want to hear what I was trying to say. He just only wanted to hear what he wanted to hear. So...
Yeah, because he didn't want you to self-incriminate. That's like one of the main things that most of the criminals I apprehend they don't do. You don't tell your because you can do crime and get off with it. It's called a shitty legal system.
Well, that's fucked up.
I know.
Well,
Why do you think I have a job?
to be fair, she did give a full confession in the library above the guild hall, which was likely bugged.
I thought it was
What?
protected by the librarian.
And the
Why would they
librarian
have
works
any
for
loyalty?
who? For who?
I thought we had something. I thought we...
No.
Alright, look. This right here is
No.
fucking proof why I don't do well on my own.
Yes.
Every time I'm on my own, fucking shit happens.
What about you two? How did you get dragged into this and arrested?
Yeah, what happened to you two fuckers? Kipley,
saw
like,
what
takes a
happened,
step to
Kipley.
the side.
Don't get that tone with me, Kipley. You saw what happened. I was trying to be there for you.
Ripley, I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to genuinely think and answer this. How many people have gotten arrested and/or killed trying to help you?
I don't know.
Like you don't know, as in like, oh, it's not that many, and I don't. It's happened so rarely, I don't keep count, or it's so many people that it's no use keeping count.
It's a lot. It's a lot. A lot more than I'm comfortable with.
And how often is it due to secrets and things that they don't know about you?
Oh. No, that's primarily what it is.
All right, after this, you're gonna have to give us a debrief of your life because there is no like. It happens one time, maybe that's all right. It happens twice. It's strange that it happened twice. If it's happened enough to enough people where you're like, "Dude, I don't know the count." Maybe you have to be a little bit more open about like what's going on in your life.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can do that. I can do that.
Let's hope you get the chance to.
Yeah, we still have to talk to the monarchs, and I'm not sure they're happy that we've been out here this long, but
Oh,
they also haven't sent anyone, so
I thought they were gonna come drag us in there.
I mean,
maybe our impertinence is also a measurement of what they're going to do to us. So
okay. All right. No plans when we go in there, right? We're just kind of on instinct.
don't offer
No.
anything more than they ask. Let Mustang do majority of the talking. That seems to be a win.
Okay. If they ask, I truthful, right?
Yes, please do
Okay.
not lie.
Okay.
But just as much as they're asking for, just as much as they need. Mammoth, I want to make sure you're getting this too. Do not overshare. Just answer the question as plainly as possible.
Like, what's too many words?
It's not a word thing. It's just if they didn't ask that, you maybe don't need to share it.
But what if it
Mammoth?
all pertains to it?
Yeah.
It's as simple as Kipley. If they ask you what color is the sky, don't tell them it's blue, but also when we defeated a dragon, it turned crimson red, and we gained mythical powers. That none of the rest of it was necessary. You just say it's blue. Just say it's blue.
Okay. We got this, Mammoth. We're this. Great. Let's go into the big, scary, not scary. You know what? This is great. I'm so glad to be back with you all.
Let's pray that we can live to enjoy it.
Okay. Who are you praying to?
Me. And the voice comes out of his own mouth.
Oh.
Oh, brother.
I thought it'd be funny. What?
No.
Can I make
No,
jokes this time?
Your sense of timing is awful.
Alright, I'm sorry. I tried to lighten the mood from us dying.
No, no, please get back in there.
Get back
You're
in
here.
there.
Do they know? Oh, I'll ask her in my own head. Do they know that you're here?
Yes,
Inside
I'm
of
the
me?
only reason that they all got brought up from their doom.
No, I'm talking about do the monarchs know that you're here?
Yes, yes. That's why we are all here.
They waited for you to body hop in order to drag us here?
They listen.
Do they want to kill you?
When
They
I
locked you away,
possess when
didn't they?
I possess a body, Duradon, only extraordinary powerful ones can cloak themselves from their sight, like Lorde Newman. That's why I kept a very valuable asset like her alive for so long. It's because I could hide from them using her. However, you are not that useful because you don't have that capability, meaning the second that I took over your body, they recognized I was on the island.
Well, I could just straight up die. And not even because of anything that I say. Just because you are inside of me.
I mean, I really don't think now is the time that you should start trying to self actualize what you've gotten yourself into. You can say whatever your own words are, they're not going to see it that way. He's not going to see it that way.
Oh my fucking god. Gods. I'm going to die again.
Maybe.
Okay.
Just quickly, use my body, telepathically tell them where they can find the other pieces of you. And if in case you die,
I'm so
you said that your pieces are able to bring you back, right?
Oh, I'm not going to die. Monarchs can't really die. I might be imprisoned again. But you all very well might die.
But if they don't, the six are going to need you to navigate through this world.
Listen, I'll. I, there's not much I can do within my power now that we're on top of this mountain. If I do anything, my brother will recognize it, and he will just kill you all, including what remnants of me are inside of you, and then this consciousness will be jutted out, and he will just put it inside of another little mold of me, like he did last time.
But you said there were other fragments of you, right? Would you be able to use my telepathy to communicate that to the other?
Oh, yours is short-ranged.
No, I mean to the other, to Mustang and Kipley, and because
Oh.
I'm of the belief that I'm going to die. They need this information.
No, trust me, Donald. If you die, they're most likely dying with you.
Oh no! Like on the sacrificial thing, or like a that was the most useful of them. The rest are beneath that.
Like, you've all associated with me, and we're spending a lot of time talking about this, and the longer we wait, probably the worse it's gonna get. We've been talking for like 30 minutes outside of this fucking hole. Not actually, it's only
Oh
been
my!
like 15 minutes in game, but you know.
Oh my fucking god! Okay, all right. Cool. It just use my telepathy. If it comes down to it, and they're going to kill me, and they have a chance to live, to communicate that to
Do
them.
my best. No promises.
All right. Well, you have control of the body. I can't really move us. So,
Oh no, the body's paralyzed. I'm gonna have to puppeteer this shit real rough style.
yeah, good luck.
And you watch as Duran's limbs begin to Pinocchio style.
Ew.
Kind of. It. It's not like actual on strings, like going outside of normal movements. It's just so rigid because the muscles are still electrified and they're stiff. And it's almost like rigor mortis in a little bit, where you just can hear the snap as it gets out of the position it's been stuck in for the past 15 minutes.
Eesh.
And the body just slowly sits up, and you can just hear these little small series of kind of creaks and snaps going along with it as it does. Gonna start making your way towards the
Yeah.
towards the palace.
Yeah.
Rip the bandit off. Secure man.
All right. Just checking the other two are gonna remain in chains. You're not gonna try and get those out before you go in.
So
Oh, we
Duradon
don't
can
have
die
any
again?
chance.
Just checking.
There's no way we're getting ours off.
Hey, I would be silly if I didn't ask, because it's fun for me too. So, you begin making your way towards the main entrance. It's only like 300 feet. It's a short walk as you begin to make your way over, and you can see as you get closer, the immensity, and by the way, the picture up there isn't a one-to-one, but it's the closest I could find. The immensity and scale of this structure, like, it's not the most well-made thing you've ever seen, because part of Paradise Peak is it has so many different styles of architecture, because it comes from all different sorts of people and cultures. So you, while being here, you've seen a number of different architectural and cultural buildings and the influences they have on them. This just looks old. It has that Gothic era kind of style to it. However, all of the stone is either plastered white or black, and as you approach, you can see it just has been weathered by wind and erosion throughout the ages. It's been here, and the only thing that looks like it might be new or well kept is that kind of long, kind of thick silk, which now you can see is an actual curtain that covers the front gate. And the doorway itself is roughly about 60 feet tall. It is this expansive, what looks more like a gateway than an actual doorway. And you can see the curtain covers from top to bottom completely. It's roughly about, we probably guess maybe like 80 feet wide.
Ah.
As you begin to approach, funny enough, as you've been talking about, like, oh, why haven't they come to get us? Are they waiting for us? You see there is a humanoid silhouette sitting on the opposite side. And you can see the darkened outline of someone clearly waiting opposite to you, behind the massive silk curtain. You don't know, you couldn't really see them because that far away, the light didn't really like carry enough weight behind it to show they were there. But now that you get there, you do kind of have to question if they were waiting for you this entire time or not. And as you approach, the curtain itself opens, and you can see it splits from the middle, very much like a feeder curtain would, and separates to both sides. And you can see inside a long hallway, a large entranceway into a much larger chamber. It looks like to be some sort of common room or greeting room. And more importantly, is you can see the figure that is behind the curtain. As it pulls back, you see a man that is roughly about anywhere between, I want to say like 6'7" to about 6'8" feet tall. The humanoid part of his body is, it's hard to tell what this man is. It definitely looks humanoid, but there is just this strangity about them that doesn't make you fully believe that they are. And you can see dark of skin, brilliant blue eyes, and this kind of strange, almost familiar presence to some of you. As they wait in the doorway, and as you approach, you see they turn and look at you. And some of you hear a familiar voice. I take it you all are the Six. At least I know some of you from prior experience. Duradon points his finger towards you. I almost said Jared. Duradon. Kipley. I don't really know the two of you too well. We haven't had to converse yet, but welcome. The meeting's already over, but the monarch wishes to speak to you one-on-one. Well, in this case, you're a group and him.
Which
Your
one?
fate's already been decided, and it's more of a pleasantry more than anything else. Excuse me, where are my manners? I am Wave. It is a pleasure to meet all of you, although I've technically already met at least one of you. And he just kind of stares intently at Duradon. And this is the man that you see before you.
Do I know him?
Same.
You have never seen this man before in your life, and yet there is a strange bit of kind of like familiarity to him. that you cannot put your finger on how you know him. But as soon as he says it, it resonates that you do.
Is that same for Kipley?
Nope, not
Oh,
as much.
okay.
You've never seen anyone like this before, nor have any deeper connection past this.
Oh, I thought you said she recognized them some.
The voice in
Oh,
itself
okay. Okay. I'm
sounded
sorry.
familiar. The actual connection is not felt.
Gotcha.
And where have I met you from? You are eerily familiar.
We haven't actually met, but you've met my brother. Actually, you were pretty close with him, and we all share our lives pretty closely with one another, and, well, he seemed to like you for the short time that you were with him, and you treated him very well, for the most part. Except for, you throwing him like a dog and all, but...
Oh. 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 Yeah. Nice to meet you. Didn't realize it'd be a family affair. I'm guessing you belong to or align yourself with.
Ooh, careful now, boy. You might want to be careful with what words you use in this household. I'm much more forgiving than my dear friend.
Okay. So it's a mutual thing. It's not a ownership. It's more from ignorance. It's not really trying to be disrespectful, but
Ignorance is not going to save you.
that's fair.
Keep
But
yourself very close to the chest. And yes, Clarent is my brother. Or as you called him, what was it?
Worma.
Urma. Strange name. Certainly never seen him call that before, but he didn't seem to mind it while he was fully himself.
He was himself around me.
Yeah, while he was around you before you threw him like a chew toy to the Witch of Westeros. Great idea. But you, he turns and looks at Kipling. You were the first one to try and save him. Back on Port Cliff. I appreciate that. Not many people try and risk their lives for a weapon. Fewer grab hold of one while it's inside of a Varnak's chest. That was a sight to behold. Wow.
He's important to dirt on.
What was that?
He was important to dirt on.
Oh, that was far before he even knew what he got. But none of that matters. That is all my own personal interest. I'm going to announce the monarch. You're going to have a conversation. I feel that I have to say it, even though you already know it. If you try anything, say anything, if you do anything that is outwardly aggressive, stupid, or impertinent, there won't be a body to be buried. and there is no laws or any sort of backlash that would be received from your deaths. I don't warn you this as a threat. I am simply trying to make sure that anything that is said isn't something that will be stupid last words. I have a collection of them. I'd hate to add to it. Well, if you live, I might just let you go through it. It is a fun read. Any questions?
Kippley shakes her head.
Is there a right play to any of this? Anything that?
Ooh, no, not those kinds of questions.
Oh well, fuck.
Trust me. I am not on your side or trying to help you. It's my duty and mandate to inform everyone of the process and how it runs here. That is all. Any previous pleasantries were simply my own curiosities being met. Good
I
luck.
think we ought to just get the show on the road.
I think so too. Shall we? And he begins to not walk, but simply glide towards the entranceway, leaving room for you to follow in tow. But as he goes past the threshold, the curtain does start to close. Do you all enter?
Yeah.
I assume
Yep,
so.
that's the thing to do.
Iridon says, hell nah.
No, I do. I
Ambition.
do.
I'm out, bitches. You begin to follow him through halls that, as you begin to progress through, in your minds, you can only question how many souls have been through these walls and lived. How many were allies? How many were enemies? How few people even get to gaze upon a monarch, never mind speak with one. And how low your chances of survival are depending on what exactly they see you as. Accomplices, a threat, a nuisance. And it begins to make his way down the hall. There's a number of doors that he does pass but doesn't open. There's stairways that lead up to further floors, but he continues on in a straight line until he gets to a set of large double doors. And he looks back at all of you, gives a brief smile, before putting his hand to the door, and one to the other, and pressing and pushing both open. You see the interior of a throne room. The floor itself deviates from the smooth and cool stone that you've been walking on previously. It does not sparkle like marble. It does not have the dark tint of the rock outside. Instead, it has this coarse, rough-like texture, and a pattern that begins to run from the floor to the walls to the ceiling, encompassing the entirety of this room. It is a sight that is familiar to the majority of you, as it looks like it is modeled after scales. they're not all even. There is some gaps and some different sizes between the actual placement of them. And you're unsure of whether it is an actual texture, a painting, or if it is in actuality real scales that have been put onto this floor and onto these walls, but it is eerie, to say the least, as the steps that you place onto them. Sturdy, it feels like you'll hold, but there is just that uneasy not knowing, the uneasy feeling, of not knowing what you're stepping into. As you're all led and guided through, you see the design itself is rather simple. 2 staircases left and right lead up to a large platform that stands above the rest of the room. There are others like it, lower than it, on the left and right-hand side of the room. 6 semicircles kind of cutting off to designate what would look like some either stand, podium, or desk type structure built into the sides of the walls. But in the centerpiece, raised up above everything else, there is a throne. However, it is not a beautiful gold or sparkling silver. You see, it is gnarled. What appears to be white. And some might have mistaken for perhaps ivory or a similar texture or stone. The experience the 6 has with death, beasts, and specifically dragons. As you are brought closer to its feet, you can see it looks like this is, or once was, a maw of some sort of large drake, sitting at approximately 20 feet tall, roughly about 8 feet in width. The figure that sits upon it fills in the entirety of the throne. However, opposed to whatever you conjured in your minds for what the Monarch of Dragons might have looked like, some perhaps a drake the size of the mountain itself, others maybe more of a demonic presence, large wings fitting more of the stature of his daughter. You see what looks like a man of almost elven features, long ears, flowing and braided white hair going down just to about the middle of their back, which still for a normal length is roughly about 8 feet long. You see this dark, deep brown sparkling in their eyes, horns protruding from the top of their head, and wearing a gown that from the shoulders down to the actual cuffs themselves is following all scales. Looks like different colored scales, starting darker up the top, but the lower down that the robe goes, the lighter in color the scales pattern grows. As they look down at you, immediately, each and every single one of you begin to not feel a sensation or have a united thought or feeling, but instead all simultaneously watch as each of your bodies, very similar to your own individual events at different times in life where you did awaken, begin to ignite and glow orange, letting off a orange and golden like mist rolling off onto the floor. And the temperature in the room plummets. Sweat begins to build and fall off of your bodies. Alive and undead can feel the perspiration settling in from your own self and the air. Although no windows or sign of actual airflow is seen within the building or this room, it feels like a cold draft begins to blow. Not a heavy one, but a light breeze just above you. Uncomfortable enough, just uncomfortable enough, excuse me, to make you aware of its presence. As you all enter, the man who introduced himself as Wave glides past all of you and kneels before the throne. And as he does, you see as his head tilts to the left and he glances back at all of you. Do you follow suit or do you remain standing?
I'm kneeling.
I think Kipley
I'm
would
not
follow.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well. Each and every one of you fall down onto your knees and bow in a similar fashion as to one that Wave provides you. And you see as he looks up, he smiles, stands up straight, clears his throat. Standing before you, you lucky few have the privilege and honor of meeting the monarch of dragons, Uldren Ramaskira, slayer of time, conqueror of the divine, devourer of divinity, ruler of Paradise Peak and all of its people, conqueror of none, and yet the one who owns all. Turns towards the monarch. My liege, I present to you, and he turns his head, Wave looking directly at Duradon. The members of the Six have been requested. Duradon Bashala, Kipley Gamorda, Mammoth, and Mustang Stroms. And, of course, your sister, the Monarch of Mischief, is also within our presence. Gives a bow and steps to the side. You watch the tall figure lifts themselves off of the throne, and begins to make their way down the stairwell. And as they do, you watch as their size diminishes, going from a figure that stood roughly about 18 feet tall, down to 10, down to 9, and settling around that vicinity as they make their way slowly to the point where they are standing in front of you, not but 15 feet away. You see their head slightly tilted, giving a glare. Unsure if it holds anything behind it, but gives a glance over each of you before stopping at Duradon. And you watch as they snap their fingers and the throne behind them disappears, or more accurately, with a almost suction-like sound, is siphoned into the ground beneath it, and a smaller version of the same throne reappears behind them, and more accurately, beneath them, as he goes to sit down. It looks like nothing. The throne arises from the floor and seats him directly in front of you. In the past couple of days, I have been given warning. I have been given a... And he looks over towards Wave. Notice that the individuals who have made a pact with the Monarch of Mischief have arrived on the island and have begun to cause noticeable problems. Starting back a few months ago, such a thing would be beneath me to take notice of or to care at all. And yet I was left with the impression that she was sealed away in 12 different parts of the world, protected by my own siblings' warriors, to the point where if there was someone to find them, oh, they would have to be quite strong, quite capable, and of note. And yet you found yourselves in a pact. Now forgive me if I am not familiar with your story or circumstance, but you must understand my situation. My name is Aldrin Ramesquera. I am the man turned dragon. I am also the dragon who set your people free. I have fought time and time again to make sure that humanity has the opportunity to express themselves without divinity, without strange extraterrestrial or outer realmed beings influencing them in such ways to cause downfall on a massive scale. That includes monarchs. I myself have not tampered with anything or anyone on this island or outside of it in a very long time.
Mischief was sealed away because she didn't believe in the same guidelines I set. And yet here she stands before me. You're being awfully quiet, sister. Surely you wish to speak up at some point.
Excuse me. I almost forgot to post what he looked like. And you feel, Duradon, your body shivers and begins to shake slightly. And you hear the feminine voice come out of it. Hello, brother. Been quite some time, hasn't it? I did not mean to offend, and he shoots you a glaring look, and immediately the words that are coming out of your own vocal cords cease.
You have a human host. You have multiple human hosts. Something that should not be possible for someone who is literally split between a dozen different idols, and yet here you stand on this day, in the flesh, before me. You dragged these mortals into your plans to try and bring yourself back, and you thought I wouldn't have a say in this, that I wouldn't try and stop you, or more importantly, you thought that this would be allowed by any of us. You were put away for a very good reason, Mischief. The same reason of why you have been imprisoned for millennia, time and time again. You never learn from your mistakes. You only cause problems for those around you, and more importantly, you direct mortals off of the grand timeline they are supposed to be living on. There is only so many rules that are set in this world, and you bending them for your chaos leads to nothing. Pain and destruction. So enlighten me exactly why you are back, and more importantly, how do these mortals factor into your plan? I am also curious, because you have gathered quite the collection.
And looks down.
I know some of you, not personally, but I am aware of what you are. And let's just say it is astounding to see that Mischief has put together such a motley crew. You could have dozens of different timelines, and still, this would probably be the only one where such a group like this exists. So please, by all means, before you start to defend yourself with your attempt at being cunning, let's see what these mortals that you have brought into this have to say for themselves, and their alignment with your ideals. Let's start with the child. Children tend to be rather frank and honest. You, son of the stars, Mammoth. What is your relationship with Mischief?
I do work for her sometimes, I guess.
You work for her. And your
Yeah.
relationship, do you feel that you have any control within it? Your bounds of what feels within your own hands? Do you feel she has any sort of play with what you do in life?
Um, maybe. I mean, I've gotten out of sticky situations with her help,
And do
but
you
I would.
think you could have lived in those situations without her?
I don't know.
Do you not think that she might be forcing you to think she is the only way out? That you are stuck to her, bound to her?
Um, I suppose.
And you, from what Wave has told me, you see your relationship as a positive thing, correct?
More positive than negative so far.
You enjoy the benefits she provides you, and you've utilized them quite a few times.
Yeah.
Tell me this. In your time spent with this group, comparing it to your old life, even before you met and were aware of this mischief, the variety was far different from your norm, yes? Your
Yeah.
normal day life, peaceful, growing at your own pace, enjoying nature, and then shunted into chaos. How did that feel, being taken from your home?
Uh, exciting.
You wanted to leave then?
I didn't really know what I wanted. Uh, I still don't really, but it's a lot more. I'm doing a lot more things than I used to do, and that's pretty cool, I suppose.
Enacting change in many different ways. Let me ask you this, Mammoth. Do you think you would have taken a life if it wasn't for this group?
Um, not a human one.
No. But you would do it time and time again because they brought you into this, yes?
Yeah, I guess.
You will learn responsibility soon. Child of the stars, already a rarity, but your lineage is. And he pauses and looks at you, and for a moment, no insight check needed. You can see what appears to be almost a pitiful look, or a look of pity towards you, excuse me. Your lineage bears challenges in the early years of life. You will see yours soon. As for you, and turns and looks at Mustang. Now, I am rather familiar with your kind. I've interacted with a number of you over the course of my lifetime, and each and every time, there is always something that comes afterwards that is rather unpleasant. Some I return them to the ash from which they came. Others, and we don't need to bring up those now, do we? Tell me what this spark of creation is doing within these ranks, and how you came into the debt of the...
And you see he kind of stops himself before saying the full title and just says,
Mischief's care.
Can't answer the first question, sir. I do not really know. But as far as she goes, your sister, she saved my life, and now I owe her a favor. 2 favors, exactly. Both the same thing. Saving my life.
Why do you think it is a favor, Mr. Strums?
That's what she's told me.
Yes, I asked you, though. Why do you think it is a favor and not a pact? You should be familiar with pact. You've been around them, you've made many yourself. So why do you think she asked for a favor?
I'm not sure, sir. I'm not too familiar with pacts of the magical variety.
My liege is how you address me.
Apologies, my liege.
We do so very carefully. Not a clue comes to mind. How disappointing. Mischief has done this throughout the ages. It is how our pacts always begin. Many people who know of her, know what she is, or even are aware of otherworldly beings and how they make deals, are hesitant to do so unless they need it. And when that time comes and that necessity burns, what could a simple favor do? What harm can be in owing such an entity something of your life? That is always the first step. It is a shame that you could not see that. Tell me this. Mustang Strums. Do you think in your time existing on this earth, walking it since you came back from your death, you already lived a chaotic life? Does it not seem far more drastic since you came to this island? Like there was a sudden change to how you started to suddenly lose control.
I did notice.
Do you want to know why that is?
If you would oblige me.
turns towards Kipling.
Already chaotic creatures are drawn to her like a moth to a flame. They always have been throughout the ages. Mischief is nothing. but a corrupting source. Someone who dwells in doubt and feeds success and bestows gifts to those who find bouts of luck. You have all been in the presence of mischief ever since you stepped on this island. You communed with one of her idols. You bear part of her spirit within each and every single one of you. And ever since that has happened, whether you've known it or not, your very luck itself has been tampered with. And in doing so, you have come to a fate in which you should not have ever glimpsed upon. That is why I find it hard to blame you for the decisions that have been made. And yet, I have left myself questioning. What is it that I am to do with you? All of Mischief's flaws in the past, each and every single one of them eventually lost themselves, mind, body, and soul to her. And they end up causing calamities, diverging what should never have been tampered with. And here I am, once again trying to clean up the mess that my sister has made.
Turns and looks at Duradon.
There are not many things that can irritate me in this life. I used to have a temper. You see, he stands up from his seat.
You're tall. He's still, even in the shrunken form that he is, a good 2 feet above you.
However, that is not always true. I used to be ruled by anger. People feared me. People fear me to this very day. They know me as a jealous king. Someone would burn villages and people down for glancing at him the wrong way, for not offering enough tribute, for simply speaking the wrong words. You know, I have very keen ears in my old age. I don't always pay attention to what happens on the island. I leave Wave to take care of that. But I do still pick up on a few things.
And he waltzes right up to Duradon. And he leans in, getting face to face with you.
Even before mischief began to corrupt you, what were the words that you said to Evelyn Kroll? Do you remember them, boy?
Jared doesn't.
Jared is Duradon's memory.
Yeah.
It's not exactly specific. You're going to have to guess.
Yeah. Just finish it. Not exactly.
You say not exactly?
I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie to him and say or bullshit him. I don't remember what I said.
Uh,
Yeah,
my audio partially cut off. I just want to make sure. It sounded like this is what you're saying.
yeah.
Do you know how many monarchs there are?
No.
There used to be a numerous amount of us, but now you could count one, maybe two hands these days. The majority of us died fighting. For your sakes. Not you in particular, of course, but for the human race. Humanity, where you came from, your origins, your people. I always love it when every now and then some develop pride, ego, delusion, and they dare mutter my name in the same sentence as hunt. While you stand before me right now, little hunter, do you feel those words still ring true? That one day you might hunt me? And he puts his face a few inches from yours, his neck craning down to meet your gaze.
He's waiting for an answer.
Certainly appears so.
Oh, what is his belief? Has he evolved as a person from when he said that? Uh, Fuck it. Leave it. Let's leave his death to a D20 roll.
Based off of your rolls tonight, Jared, that should not be your go-to.
Because I don't know if he evolved as a person to
Oh,
because like he could lie, he could
judge
lie
however
and
you
very
wish.
much be like, no, I don't think so, or he could be all right. Higher medium. Which one is the good and bad here?
Wherever you would like it to be.
Okay, that about sums it up. Um, he Jordan definitely is intimidated. I think it does ring true very much. That this is a powerful individual. Um, and he's meant to be honest. Um, he will say, only if I had to.
Grabs your throat, squeezes, and lifts you off the ground.
Let me ask you one more question before I kill you. Because I am not killing you because of such petty words. No. You were corrupted by mischief far before you even knew. But then you had the audacity to take my beloved blade and give it to my sworn enemy. Not only mischief, but to the fucking witch of Westeros. Larent, the blade of sin and stone. I have known him nearly since his creation. You wielded him in your hands, and now you bear his resemblance with your false fucking blades. Merely being in your presence is disrespecting his very existence. Do you think you are even worthy to say his fucking name? Never mind hold his blade. You weren't even supposed to make it off of that island, little boy. And yet you think you are worthy of saying such words in my presence.
And he doesn't immediately crush your throat, but you know you got seconds to say something before it feels imminent.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna die anyway. Cool.
You don't know if you're
Okay,
gonna
I lose
die,
my
but you
ability.
feel that with how tight he's holding you, you only have a few seconds left of air. If you're gonna even try and muster a response.
Duragon will respond uh, through gasped, labored breath. Horima thought me worthy. So yes, I thought it was.
The one hand that is around your throat wrings your neck, and he throws you to the side. And you watch in the same manner that you three, Mammoth Mustang and Kipley. So for Durdon, it was nearly split second, but for you, it was a few seconds. In that same state of in between time where things were already moving and yet you were stopped when you were on the centipede that was bringing you to the wall, you watch as Durdon's body mid-flight stops moving, and the neck wound that would 100% would kill him, and it's not just the neck wound; it's his head being tilted and pushed past the point where he could be alive. Um, stops before it snaps midair, and he is what appears to be stuck. Looks down at Kipley.
My apologies. I am working to better my temper. But sometimes foolish souls simply do not deserve the breath that comes out of their mouths. Let me ask you this. What was it they are calling you nowadays? Daughter of Death. Very silly nickname for someone who made a deal with a excuse for a patron. even in this realm that you live in your already chaotic life, you regret many decisions. You don't regret making a deal with the Monarch of Mischief, do you? Please correct me if I am wrong.
Ah, Kipling looks conflicted for a moment. Eyes kind of looking to the side towards Doradon before she looks back up.
As you glance aside, he goes, no, no, no. I asked you a question. Don't look at him. Look at me. Answer me.
Do I regret the
It's a very simple question, yes or no?
Well, I'm just trying to recall what the deal.
Oh, you've
Which
made many
one?
deals with Mischief. I would answer yes or no.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yes.
You do regret.
Most of it, yeah.
I find that hard to believe. Considering time and time again, someone who was given so much by this world turned it down time and time again. And then when a corruptible source of power enters your life, you suddenly give in and keep taking what she is offering like it is candy, like it is a nectar on your tongue. You say now that you regret it is because you're in my presence. Or is that how you truly feel about your deal with Mischief? Speak your truth.
Because you can't see it on me.
You see his look turn to a glare. And the same presence that you felt back when you initially saw the island of mimics is almost dwarfed in comparison to the amount of not even just not hatred. Hatred isn't the right word. It is purely just almost like a pressure behind this individual. And the emotion that is put towards you is impatience.
Yep. What? Sorry. There's been so many things being said. What was the question exactly?
And he simply turns and sits back down. 'Cause, 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 You see him sit, leaning one hand against his face, putting on an expression of deep thought. Off to his right, Duradon's body still twisted in the middle of the air. You see Wave still kind of just hovering off to his right-hand side as well. And the golden and kind of orangish mist that's flowing off your bodies continues to do so. And the temperature, although it does not plummet to the point where you are taking damage, is now fully noticeable and set in to the point where you can even begin to see Mustang begin to slightly steam, the mixture of heat and cold coming together. Let me ask this of you then. All of you. What am I to do with this remainder free? Mischief's corruption is already set within you. Sooner or later you will become her thralls. If you are not already one. It kind of glances over towards Kipley. If I let you live, you bring ruin. I kill you, my problem simply disappears. If I bring you anywhere else, I would be destroying the lives of innocents. Anywhere any of you go, chaos will follow. So by all means, from what I have seen in the past, described to me by Wave, you all seem to love to attempt to negotiate. So please, negotiate. Give me a reason why I shouldn't turn you to suit right now, although let me be ever so clear. This is not a bargain. You have nothing that I could ever want or need. Your individual powers mean nothing. Your patrons mean nothing. Your connection to anything of this world is but a mere grain of sand in the beach that I walk upon. I am not asking you to beg for your lives like helpless pups. I simply want to try and see if there is any bit of humanity left in the husks that I see before me. Or are you all just pawns?
If no one else says anything, Kipley looks at Duradon, looks at Mustang, briefly looks at Mammoth before looking back up at them, and raises her hand into the, or half raises it, manacled.
Yep, still chained.
Sorry, just so I understand. we're the chaos. We're the ones bringing chaos into to Paradise Peak. Is that right? That's the problem that we've instilled.
The moment that you allowed mischief into your heart, mind, and soul, and you accepted the bond that she offered, you have been at her whims, her curse that she bears upon this world. Whether she admits it or not, she has no control over the chaos that she brings. It just follows her where she goes. And it follows all that she bears as her thrall, which includes you. Yes.
So, all of chaos is bad, or like some chaos is okay? Like, are we talking balance is alright, or just straight no? Just what mischief, the chaos mischief brings is bad.
Let me put it very simply for you. Your kind, humanity, was given complete freedom over what they did in life. And they chose to create the chaos of this world that currently inhabits it. That is your own choice, that is not mischief's. Mischief brings an imbalance of luck to those around her, causing events that should not happen to transpire. For example, a group of vessels leave the island in the middle of the night and run into none other than the monarch of mimics. Not but 30 miles from my very own shores. Isn't it strange how ordinary your life was before that, in comparison to the events that have transpired afterwards? You see my point. I do not blame you for random events that occur all over or mere circumstance. I am implying she brought those causes to your doorstep, and because of that, they will continue to follow each and every single one of you until you are dead in the grave. Unless, looks towards the other two, you would each like to prove you are not our pawns.
I was supposed to go help build houses at some point. Which I think is
Elaborate.
good. Uh, I don't know. I feel like that's not very chaotic. I think that
Mischief said that this would happen.
no, um, when we were done adventuring, that's what me and Mustang were gonna do, or maybe now just
That
me.
has nothing to do with what I said, child. Think about it this way. Whatever plans you made for your life, she will bring ruin to it. You go to make a home, it will burn down. You go to start a family, you can only imagine what begins to come into this world because of what she is and because of your tie to her.
So you're saying we're corrupted? Period.
To say the very least. Those that make deals with her, that accept her bargains, it happens every single time.
Then... Sorry, simple mind here, trying to understand. What's the point of this?
I brought you here to see if you have any free thinking for yourselves. To see if you would try and throw her to the fire. Try and break your deals or bargains. Try and offer any other solutions, crafty schemes. I have seen adventurers, I have seen men, women, children, bards, swords, knights, all different kinds of people, items, creatures. All of them come into contact with mischief, each corrupted, and each try and offer solutions. Try and find ways to get out of it. I have given each of them peace to do so, as I give you this time now. But it seems you are content to simply see the ash that is left behind of your bodies.
Honestly,
Correct me if I am wrong.
I don't want to see that.
Seem rather quiet about not being underneath our foot.
Well, I mean, from what you said, I definitely am, but I don't know how to stop that. If it follows us, then I'm not sure how to run away from it.
yeah, and you know, we may have been corrupted by mischief and brought chaos at times, but that's also brought a lot of truth to light.
She just kind of turns and looks at you with an expression of kind of irritated confusion.
Truth to light. Such trivial matters, you say, are what should be your saving?
Truth is never trivial.
Dear, if you think what you have uncovered in recent times is worth the calamities that will come, then I fear this conversation is over.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the fucktards of Paradise Peak. I'm just talking about realizations.
About what exactly?
About what matters.
About what matters in life. Self-actualization, that is what you think is important.
What you fight for in life is important. It's all you have.
Then tell me this. What is so important that all of the chaos that is been brought by you and your friends, and that will be brought by you and your friends in the future, what is that key detail? That the realization What is it that is so valuable?
She kind of looks over at Mustang slightly apologetically.
I don't know.
And then just shrugs. I... The rest of existence doesn't matter when it comes to the things that I love. The things that matter to me. Those I care about, that's all. That is existence.
So the world be damned. Just the things that you care about.
Yes.
You all follow this sentiment?
He looks towards
Hell no.
Mustang.
Yeah, not really.
Hell no.
Do you have anything to say then? You have been rather quiet, Spark.
Just trying to be polite, mind my manners in the presence of my liege.
Minding manners is not what keeps people alive.
It certainly doesn't hurt. But I know what I stand for, and I know what I've fought for the past 100 years or so. Kind of lose track after so long. I believe in chaos, the same chaos that you believe in, the chaos that free will brings. And I've fought for so long to try and give as many people as I could that place where they could be free and live the life that they want to live. And so as long as I'm alive, that's what I'm going to fight for. That's what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to accomplish. The world that I see is free from the meddling influence of gods, monarchs, tax deals, favors, whatever the hell you want to call it.
If you can't control it, what then? You try and help, and in doing so, you only make things worse because of your own existence. What happens to your goal then? What happens to your ideals then?
Keep fighting as hard as I can. Shit like that's already happened to me plenty. But
Not like this.
I understand. I feel and pardon me if this is out of line, but I feel that you might have already made up your mind.
And you're implying I am simply bringing this conversation on for nothing.
Not entirely, but I get the sense that everything that we say, it ain't gonna be good enough for you.
He gets up out of the throne in a very quick manner. Gets right up to your face, kneeling down to do so.
Let me ask you a question. Mr. Strums. The decision was already made, and my mind was already sealed. Why would I ask you so many questions? Trying to see if you had any other ways that you could find value and worth of your lives, or how to save them, or how to break them away from mischief. Why would I ask all of this if I already made up my mind?
Mustang kind of just narrows his eyes and he just kind of shrugs his shoulders. I don't know.
Let me be very clear. Each and every living, non-living, material, valuable, every single person, object, and otherwise that steps foot onto this island becomes mine. Whether you know it or not. All of you are part of my horde. Why would I wish to see my coins tarnished, my livestock diseased, or any of my treasure stolen? Do you realize how rare this even is for a conversation? This is a gift, because I had an inkling of doubt in the prior decision that was made by the council. Yes, those who already thought that they had a stake in my decisions told me to incinerate each and every single one of you and to lock Mischief back in her cage. And yet here you stand, conversing with me. Do you want to know why that is? Not just because you are part of my horde. That is because, despite the fact that your actions and words can infuriate me, just as you said before, I have dedicated my life to fighting for you, for each and every single one of you. I have shed blood, sweat, and tears. I have locked away divinity itself to set you free so that you could make your own choices in life. So that a god could not summon a storm and smite countless families to send a message to their followers. So that the world could be in its own hands. I don't like excess bloodshed. I am not fond of interrupting or meddling with what is supposed to happen. And yet I did not kill my own sister. Because at the end of the day, she is still my family. And I still care for her. This is education. To try and help her control this idiotic curse she keeps putting on people by trying to help them or control them. It is normally the latter. But you and your group are one of the few rare cases in my life where I have seen her give more than she has taken. Attempted to do so. So while others have already tried to make decisions for me, let me make one thing clear. On this rock, on this island, In this territory, I am the only one who says what happens, who makes demands, and who carries out punishments. And he steps back and leans into his throne, sitting back down. This is why I ask you for alternatives. Many have come before you giving some, none of which worked, none of which seemed of interest. I was hoping at least one of you would have the mind, wit, or wisdom to potentially give any reason to try and keep you alive, to try and show that you are different. But instead, you prattle on about love of each other and how you would see the world fall to chaos. Respectfully, not a very smart decision. If you had said that to me 200 years ago, even less than that, you would be dead right now.
I mean, it's not that I want to see the world fall to
No
chaos.
choice words, do not speak.
Okay.
If I may, my liege, I think I have a better sense of what you're after now. If you don't mind, maybe we could have a little bit of a back and forth right now, if that suits you.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't
Turns and
talking
looks,
to you.
he turns and looks towards Mammoth.
Um, Mr. Wave said that you had become a dragon. Does that mean that you were not born as a monarch?
The man turned dragon is a title. It was bestowed upon me many, many moons ago, young one.
By
I was
what?
I was born a dragon, but one does not earn their scales and wings so easily.
Are all of your siblings like that?
That is not relevant right now.
Could I become a monarch?
Oh, oh. Only a child could hear what I have just said and then ask such folly.
Well, from my understanding, there are monarchs and there are gods. And if there's a monarch of mischief, then why can't there be a monarch of order?
Let me put things very clear for you. Most of the world is ignorant to what we actually are. You're one of the few that I will be very frank with, considering your fates are still in the balance. A monarch does not take over a job, does not take over a domain. A title is all that it is. It resembles what that individual, that creature, that being is. They do not rule over that domain. They do not control everything that falls underneath it. It is simply a namesake for those who are worthy enough to be called it.
Doesn't it seem like a worthy thing to try to become a monarch?
It is not a title you should want, child. We gain the ire of beings that are born from nightmares themselves because we simply exist, because of what we have done in the past. Mischief was never part of the war, and she will always live her life in danger because of it. Such aspirations will leave nothing but to your destruction. And besides, it is not something that a mortal can attain. You do not even understand your awakening yet, and you wish to become a monarch.
Well, I don't really necessarily want that, but maybe it seems like something that the world needs. I'm not sure.
The god of order themselves could not contain mischief.
Hmm.
I see the point you are trying to make, little one. It is nothing that hasn't been tried before, but I appreciate you are making an attempt. How long has it been, Wave?
See, Wave kind of looks towards Duradon, looks back towards him.
I think roughly about 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Wags his finger over, and Duradon's body, sprawling, continuing with the momentum that it had before, slams against the floor, slides about 15 feet before coming to a stop. And you hear the slight little of him attempting to breathe. A few moments go by. The body stands up, and with a wag of his finger, dragging it from Duradon's position and pointing from where, roughly about 2 feet from Kipley, the body violently tugged and thrown in that direction before stopping. You're currently restrained. Not that it really matters too much at this moment. But you are back to consciousness, Duradon. Although, back to consciousness isn't exactly the right word. You were conscious, but you weren't exactly aware of your surroundings either. Almost like you had been taken out of time ever so briefly. But you have your physical and mental facilities somewhat back to normal.
Oh, and by the way, I want to make something very clear. Mr. Strums, yes, we can go forward with your proposition, but it will not apply to this one.
And he points at Duradon.
He can share his thoughts, opinions. However, I wish for every one of you to know that he has gone far deeper into any of this chaotic magic than all of you combined. If there was a chance for you to be saved, he is long gone. In comparison. So while you may attempt to save your friends, I would begin to accept your fate. Although do not think I am as courteous as the previous ones that have come before. At least when it comes to your final words. So, you said it back and forth.
Oh, brother. Yes, something a little more Socratic is my hope. So, we're coins, livestock, tarnished, disease, but when something's tarnished, there's usually a polish or a cure for a disease. Nothing has gotten close in the past, you said. Not even within a hair?
I can only do so much. In fact, I can do many things. However, the ones who have become mischief's pawns, all of them, same quality about them. That is the fact that they lack the ability or the desire to break away from her. Because they do not see her as a threat. And even if they did, even if they beg for me to separate their bond, to break them, even to strip away their awakenings, to become simple mortal men, it is not enough. The effects always still linger. The bond is never broken. And I am left at square one once again.
Okay, so the common thread is or isn't the people that succumb have a desire to resist her? Or do not have a desire to resist her? Or it doesn't matter either way? Just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
In the past, I have only had a singular woman try to throw mischief out onto the pyres to be burned instead of her. That was the rare exception. Everyone else, well, they didn't exactly try to defend her. Weren't against. It is hard to describe. They were all trying to simply save themselves without breaking their bonds. Because they simply didn't think it was possible. And I'm not saying physically possible, as in they could not live without it. Very similar to have someone who is addicted to a feeling, a substance, a person. You get hooked enough on that person, and suddenly when they are gone, it feels like you are nothing without them. No one who has had a bond with mischief has been able to break that yet. And even if they seemed like they were, the chaos that she had left behind still lingered.
But you said this one lady, she came close. Could you maybe tell me more of her story? What happened after?
She did not
Where it
come.
went wrong?
She did not come close. I said she was the exception, that she wanted to kill mischief to get rid of her own disease. Instead of trying to save herself, she wanted me to kill my own sister so that she could live. You can guess where she is right now.
Yeah, super dead. Okay.
Super dead is a way of saying it.
Alright, so killing the Monarch of Mischief is off the table. And you say the bond is akin to an addiction. Am I getting that right?
Certainly.
Now, my understanding of addiction, and I may not be an expert on the subject, seeing as I am unable to experience such afflictions, is that with enough rehabilitation, you can overcome it, which is not to say it will be easy, but it is possible.
You are thinking of how a human body expels toxins and evolves. That is not the same as what this is. It is similar, it is not exact. Even if I were to break the bond between you and mischief, the chaos still lingers. Even if it may wane, it will remain. And that is the problem. Because suddenly when you split off into different directions across the world, her magic will still influence things around her that should not.
Okay. So it's a matter of containing the lingering chaos. And you described this chaos as an entity that was almost separate from mischief.
Mischief herself is not chaos incarnate, but she is simply luck and bad luck that is influenced upon herself and others. Although, unlike myself, she has no control over it. So you can look at it however you wish, but it is not something that is necessarily an outside entity, I would say.
I'd like to understand it the way you understand it, so that way we're operating in the same reality. I'm not asking these questions because I want to come to my own conclusions. I'm trying to reach your conclusions so we can be working with the same set of facts. So it's her domain, but she can't control it, not the way that you and your other brothers and sisters can. That's my understanding. Now, is that right?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were still talking.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a way we can help her learn to control this chaos? Does she have a desire to not inflict such great suffering on people, or could she care less?
If this is where we are starting, my hope for this conversation is diminishing. No offense.
It's Socratic, my liege.
She has had countless years to try and learn to control herself, and yet she doesn't. Because every time she promises her thrall that she can control it, that she will bring order or balance, or turn the said balance in the favor of her thrall, and then it always ends up out of control, causing harm, or causing islands to show up, or causing, I don't know, other monarchs to awaken when they should be sleeping. Similar effects, you get the gist.
I do. And, Mammoth, Kipley, I'm sorry, Duradon, but you're out. If you two have anything you want to contribute to this discussion, I'm all ears. He kind of looks over at them to see if they have anything they want to add.
I'm still listening so that I don't say something without understanding it.
That's a really smart plan. What about you, Kipley?
I think I've said everything.
Well, if you change your mind, I'm all ears. And he kind of looks back to the Monarch of Dragons. So, just again, to make sure we're all operating on the same set of facts here, the root problem is that she is choosing to not make an effort to control herself. In theory, if she did, would this be as much of a problem?
She cannot control it even if she wanted to. That
Okay.
of which I am certain. Even if she tried, which she won't because she is lazy filth who only wants to see her own doing done. I have no guarantee it would do anything. She has promised me that she would change thousands of times throughout eons of our existence. And here we still stand of me cleaning up our messes.
Yeah, I believe it. In the short time that I have known her, everything you have been saying absolutely tracks. Oh boy. Okay. Chaos and control. And the chaos is her. She's fine with it.
Durdon, during that statement, you feel mischief, wanting to say something but stopping herself. You feel your mouth begin to open, but halfway through stops. And she's been silent throughout the majority of this. You know she could talk whenever she wants to. At least you think she could.
Dordan's gonna mentally ask her. I mean, I'm gonna die anyway, and I'm just kind of a vessel for you, so you can say whatever you want to say.
Don't know if I can.
Why not?
Because if he destroys something that I reveal, it would probably be the end of my greatest experiment.
He's your brother, and if you want to go down with it kept secret, I'm all for it. I mean, I really don't owe him anything, and I'm not in the business of trying to bargain for my life, evident of the times that I've died and accepted my death. But if it's something you want to express to him, you have the control of the body. Um, I
When
mean,
you
don't be scared of your brother.
when you do see death, do give them my apologies for keeping you so long.
Uh, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully he'll kick my ass, and then I'll have mom and dad kick my ass, and then hopefully somewhere down the line I'll have one of the six come and kick my ass. But he'll be fine. No, I'll tell him.
What?
Yeah, you said tell.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell him.
I thought you meant you would talk to my brother. That would be bad.
I mean,
I
I
don't.
can, but
I don't.
that's all you.
I mean, and it is all happening simultaneously to the conversation you're having right now. By the way, um,
Mhm.
if you created something that you held very dear and precious, and it was a part of you at your very core, would you risk something like that to prove a point? If it meant potentially saving people's lives?
I mean, it's complex. It depends on what type of people. If you're talking about just saving them, um, listen, I haven't known you for a long time, and I can't tend to really know you really. But from the way that your brother speaks about you, the Monarch of Dragons, all due respect, um, I'm an advocate of freedom, and that's all I've really ever wanted. And he talks about you like you're a thing that should be caged. And I mean, it was to prove a point to him. it wouldn't even really matter about the people. I just like to see his smug face surprised, and I mean, maybe that's hella chaotic, but you're not a thing to be contained.
See, this is why we
And
get along.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you,
fair.
you, you get the facts. Like, this is complete bullshit. And then we go back to the main conversation. As she begins to go, he goes,
It is not something that is. Never mind. You were saying, Mr. Storms.
Oh, not so much saying, just as ruminating. Trying to dig a canal with a spoon here. I don't exactly have a lot to work with, but I am sure as hell trying. Let's see. We don't want her dead, but it's okay for her to be imprisoned? She kind of raises an eyebrow a little bit.
She is going to be imprisoned one way or another, no matter what. I've been trying to do it, teach her lessons, but clearly it has the opposite effect. Nonetheless, she is going to be imprisoned either way.
Okay. And just so I can wrap my head around the scale here, because I feel like maybe we're operating on two different views of the world. What kind of disasters have her past pawns, and he puts that in air quotes, brought about?
You have seen it in your recent times. Powerful beings are drawn to her like moths to a flame. And when they come in contact with the chaos that leaks out of her and subsequently out of you, it drives them into a state of abnormality, doing things they would never normally do, being places they would never normally be. The simplest way I can put it is this time, the linear continuation of this realm is a straight line. And whenever she interjects, it can be anywhere between a small discrepancy, a small wave where it goes slightly up, maybe slightly down, and then back to straight, all the way to the line breaking. And me having to reassemble it personally. To list everything that she has done in the time that she has been here on this realm, I am not willing to have such an in-depth conversation. No offense. It would take a lot of time.
That's fair. I just wanted to understand the scale we were operating on. Okay. So I know you don't like the idea, but I'm still sort of stuck on this whole containment thing. That it seems like that isn't enough. It's not cutting it. So there has to be a degree of control or a degree of order that we have to exert upon this chaos in order for it to be remedied, correct?
That is one way of putting it.
How would you put it?
controlling luck itself as someone who can control extraordinarily powerful elements of this world seems like an incapable feat. So you can theorize these words, but to put them into action is something different.
There's no ceiling probability. If it was just some sort of magical ability like a spellcaster, sealing them away would be easy. This would never be a problem. But it is the fact that she is manipulating probability itself, even when she doesn't mean to.
There has to be. Is it only her who could do such a thing? Is there anybody else? Anybody at all?
Oh, there were the god and goddess of misfortune before her, but they no longer have influence in this realm.
So effectively nobody else?
None that I know of. And if there were any, they are not currently with us.
I have a thought, but I don't know if it means anything. I don't know how to. Well, so my grandfather always told me that luck doesn't well, that you have to put yourself in a place to be lucky. That's as far as I've gotten. But I think maybe if I can't figure out the rest, but what if we did the opposite of that or something? Or what if we shifted instead of her? I don't know.
Do not,
It's Socratic. I feel like maybe you're getting onto something here.
not in the slightest.
All right, God forbid I try
Do
to
not
give you card
mistake simple sayings such as that for real truths.
Well, I know that, but that's why I said I wasn't sure it meant anything. But I figured maybe you guys, maybe it would mean something more to you, but I guess
I
not.
understand what you are trying to say, child, but it is also, think about it like this. You could be in the right place at the right time, and still, the probability that would have been given to you would be flipped and then worsened because of your connection to mischief. There is no simple way to reverse or. I understand what you're trying to say. Simple answer, no. Any intriguing ideas from the hunter? You've been rather quiet since you've gained your breath back.
Are we still in the middle of the conversation when he says that?
I mean, it's just like idle chatter at this point.
Mm-hmm. And he'll focus back into the monarch, and he'll say, I mean, I'm not a very persuasive individual, and I don't want to lessen their chances that they have a chance to make it out of here. I've done as you requested and made peace with the fact that I'll die, but if they have an opportunity, it would,
Have you not been paying attention in the slightest? This is an open floor conversation where we are trying to work together, offering ideas. This is not about sparing them. This is about finding a solution. Do not speak such trivial things as persuasion. If I wanted to only be persuaded, I would have asked for a bard or some song singer.
Ahem.
um, and so this is an open dialogue. There's nothing that's, too far. We're trying to find a solution.
You have already heard what limitations I am willing to go against. I would do your best to offer ideas within reason.
So I have been making my peace with dying here, so I mind me if I'm a bit off with this, but so far we've been trying to find a solution to fix the Monarch of Mischief's chaotic pool and corruption of the thralls and the people that she influences and gives power to.
Trying to fix mischief is not of my utmost priority. Trying to sever the bond between the individuals that she is linked to, and to make sure that when it does sever, it doesn't continue her chaotic nature into their normal lives. That is the goal.
I mean,
Fixing mischief is not something that I think can be done at this current juncture. I have tried time and time again.
what if what she leaves behind doesn't need to be removed?
What are you talking about?
I mean, your concern is that what she leaves behind, will affect us in our day-to-day lives, right?
It doesn't just affect you, it affects everyone around you. A fucking island walked up to my doorstep because you idiot, excuse me, you, your group left with her. That island had walked onto my actual territory. I would have had to kill a number of my nieces and nephews. And it could have killed thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people. You should understand that scale more than the others.
I do. But and you see he thinks something, but will think better of it um before saying, maybe I'm not the best person for this type of dialogue. Um,
I certainly didn't think so. I'm just being polite and offering all of you voices so it is not just a one-on-one with me and this speck of ash. That
he's the
is not
leader, and
an insult, by the way. That is a classification.
Yep, just stating facts. I get it.
I don't mind. She's the best of us, at least when it comes to talking and being logical. And I have faith in whatever solution she may derive.
Well, it seems like the majority of your solutions are not coming to fruition. And as much as I would like to say that my time isn't being spent right now. It is. I do have to give my word that a decision has been carried out sooner than later. So not a rush, but if you have nothing else,
And he kind of looks over towards Duradon, eyeing his neck.
Oh, time to kill me. Got you. All right. If I die, will they be all right? Be okay to go?
no,
Well,
by no means. This entire conversation was to try and save them. You, too far gone, and also, frankly, I just don't like you.
hey, I guess a good accolade to die to.
Say that again and see if you can still breathe.
My liege, if I may. He's waiting for permission.
He turns and looks at you.
Duradon, I urge you to please speak freely if you've got something on your mind. Be the last time.
I mean, again, I don't fully understand. I could be wrong. But your whole thing was that you, at least from what you've said, is that you fight to give people, I mean, the free will to make their choices without burden and, bearing from gods, patrons, and other monarchs such as yourself. And as far as I see it, if we decide to linger and go on with whatever he's left of us, that's as much a choice that you fought for us to have as anything else.
An idiotic sentiment, wonderfully said. I'm not looking for thoughts or feelings, I was looking for a solution. Because I've seen you overcome many different and difficult threats throughout your past couple of months, even years living. Wave described to me cunning individuals, some who encountered some of the darkest secrets of this world and kept on breathing afterwards. I don't give any care towards what you think is good or what you think is necessary to continue my dream. I know what my goals and ambitions are. You do not get to dictate your opinion on how you think I should let them live, run, achieve. My horde, my rules.
Turns and looks at the rest of you.
All right. Well, okay. Back to square, probably, I'd call it maybe 1/2. What I'm sensing is that this is a cycle and that this has happened to you before. And sounds like you're about to do the same thing, but putting, your sister in a box. If I may. He kind of realizes he got a little too comfortable there.
You immediately see his nostrils flare when you say sister in a box.
Your tongue.
Apologies, my liege. It seems that when you put your sister away, that she still manages to gather some unfortunate souls under her thumb, and that this is going to keep happening unless we try something different. And it's hard to try something different if we don't have time. And I understand that you want to deal with this quickly. I understand you want a solution to this problem, that you don't want to let us back out in the world to wreak havoc on God knows what. God's know what. But if we are to overcome this problem, we don't exactly have a lot of tools at our disposal right now. I feel this is something we are aligned on, seeing this solved, and we've got a similar vision of the world and how we'd like it to be. Does any of that make sense?
I understand what you are trying to allude to. Doesn't change the fact that time is not exactly something that you are abundant with at the moment. This conversation alone is a benevolent blessing. Normally, conversations are much shorter.
Your graciousness has not gone unnoticed, my liege. I appreciate your patience. He's kind of looking towards Kipley and Mammoth now, being like, oh god, like, we've really done it now. And
It seems like you are no different than the rest then. I get my hopes up every time. It is no fault of your own.
No, it's not.
Art.
And you watch as the throne he was sitting on sinks back down to the floor. And the wallscape behind him, the two stairwells, the main throne, or at least the place that once was in, all begins to kind of melt away into the background as well. Until the already large area that this throne room is occupying is majority of it is now flattened out, and the walls itself almost seem like they are pushed back to allow the maximum amount of room. And you watch as the Monarch of Dragons begins to walk away. Iridan.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh shit.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm not muted. Okay, never mind. I thought I was muted. Sorry.
No, you're good. You hear in your head, There's not much that I can do. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's unfortunate, but I've got enough times to make my peace and understand that everybody that I've come across that's killed me and been in a position of power seem to be plagued by the same bullshit. Control brings responsibility. Responsibility brings the fact that they aren't free to do what they want. And do what you can to be free. I don't really like your brother and respect to what he did for my people, but I mean, I still got fucked in the end, and a lot of it wasn't really anything I could do anything about. So I'm not mad at you, and if anybody else is, fuck it, they'll be too dead to care.
I know I feel more guilty about you select few specifically. I've seen this play out many times before, but I don't know. You all treated me a little bit better than the rest.
Uh, Maybe it's because when they found you, or at least when I stumbled upon you, you, like everybody else, you were felt kind of human. You were an asshole, don't get me wrong, but I mean,
Oh, but you are assholes as well. I just want to point that out.
yeah, but we're assholes just trying to survive and do what we do to be free. I don't think anybody here wanted this pathway to happen exactly like this. We just kind of did what would set us in the best position to do what we wanted to do. And it just so happened that we got the sucked end of the stick. But I think when we met you, you were just somebody trying to get ahead, even if you weren't somebody else's skin to do it. Um, you weren't. You were powerful. You are powerful, but you didn't have it all. So you had drive to want to do something more, have something more, and you helped us achieve it to some degree. You helped me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have met Zyrus. I wouldn't have gotten to see my parents again or my father again. Gotten rid of all of my ancestors' anger and rage. I mean, your chaos and mischief has fucked me over royally, but you've also helped me heal, I think, in a lot of ways that I wouldn't have otherwise. I wouldn't have had an opportunity to see my master, to see my people, have a chance at maybe getting them back, have a lady that feeds me for more than muscle and money, be challenged to be more than just a hunter of low tier criminals. I ended up gaining a lot more than I lost. Dying wasn't fun, but it is what it is.
Mm. Oh, fuck. You know, I haven't really been on the sea much in actuality, but, it was saying, captain the ship and all. Just like you and the drow, we're going down.
And I think Jordan laughs out loud with that one, and doesn't just keep it contained inside.
And as the laughter kind of begins to boom outwards in this vast echoey space, you see the monarch of dragons, who's roughly about 120-ish feet away, turn back, and the almost for those who blink miss it. But there is a moment where the kind of very fine and elegant figure contorts. And in less than a second, the body goes from 9 to 90 to 100 to hitting the ceiling at roughly about 150 feet tall. You hear stone clatter, and you see the walls crack as what stands before you is not the palace anymore. It is what you recognize to be the head of this creature. The monarch of dragons goes from a humanoid figure who is conversing with you, trying to figure out a goal, to a beast out of a nightmare. Something that a child would dream up out of pure whimsy and size. The peak of the mountain, almost overshadowed by the enormity of this creature. You see a mixture of red and gray scales, an uncommon face, a long drawn-out maw, two burning red eyes, and very similar to the humanoid form. Long, extended horns coming out of each side of the face. You've seen many dragons in your days. Being in the Damballa estate alone has been a very educational experience to a lot of you. This, without a doubt, is the pinnacle of what you have seen before. I'm going to go ahead and post that in game visuals for you. You watch as the two claws dig into each side of the wall. And that chill that was gathering before is dissipated almost immediately. You see the golden and orange mist that was flowing off of each one of you begins to turn into a downpour. Almost like a fog machine has been set off. All of you just begin to drip out this immense amount of what, at the very least, feels like perspiration. It feels like sweat. And you watch as it gets low to the ground, head beginning to recoil slightly back, and a very familiar spark seen at the corner of the mouth. And you watch as Wave, who is still sitting not but a few feet from you, kind of gives you all a solemn look, nods towards Duradon, and begins to trot off towards the doorway. gliding past you, makes it in but a few moments before pushing the doors open and sealing them shut. Let's go down the line here. Kipley thinking in this moment. Any final thoughts, memories that flash?
I think she probably looks inward for a moment, looking for Ezrin. And if she doesn't see him, she just kind of
In
looks.
this moment, you are alone.
Okay. She nods. Good. I hope you made it out.
Mammoth?
I think he's kind of overwhelmed and doesn't know, like knows he should be thinking about something but doesn't know what. And just kind of mutters, "Sorry." And that's it.
Mustang?
How much time do we have?
If it's a matter of time, you're unsure. If you want to try something, you can
Oh.
absolutely do so.
Well, no. I think Mustang. I think he's going to think back to his favorite memory of him and Maddock riding through an open field in Puron Cruise after they nearly got drowned by a flood. And try to remember the joy, the fleeting joy of spending a moment with someone that you care about.
Durandon?
Durgon has died like 4 times now. So he is, I think, spending the time with someone as opposed to spending it alone. And he's inside of his head cracking jokes with the Monarch of Mischief. At the expense of her brother. But
What do you
he's
say?
also
Give me an,
oh,
give
what
me an
am I?
example.
He'll be like, he'll whistle because I'm pretty sure it won't pick up the whistle. And he'll say, "Pretty big." He's not overcompensating for something, is it?
Uh, Maybe you should say that to him when you find a moment.
You're right.
You might miss out of laughter. Or just aim at you.
True. And Dordon has already apparently been corrupted past the sake of saving. So he will say, "Mr. Monarch of Dragons, before you do your whole thing, uh, me and your sister were wondering, pretty large. It's not overcompensating for something, is it?"
Go ahead if you want. uh, do you wish to try and goad him into just attacking you?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna ask you. This is gonna be essentially a goading attack or a goading check. It's not intimidation. I think this is gonna be flat charisma,
Okay.
and
Black 10.
we're gonna set it at a pretty high DC of we're gonna call this 19.
Gotcha. Cool. If this doesn't pass, I will use the inspiration on it. So
Yeah, go for it.
hell yeah. Um, charisma. D&D guys, you want to make the funny number, right?
That's so
Fire.
funny. That's so funny. You got it fucking exactly.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks, Jared. That's a fun little tidbit. Um,
yeah.
as the breath weapon is being charged up, you see there's a moment where the eyes flicker over towards you. And while the body's demeanor doesn't change from facing your entire party, the head swivels and moves towards you. And you feel the heat imminent coming towards you. And the monarch of mischief in your head begins to cackle maniacally. You say, oh my goodness, Teraton. Oh, you're such an idiot. Oh, I love it so much. You're fucking cooked, my friend, but you know what? I respect it greatly. Ah, fuck it. Just for that. Um, and in a rundown description of what happens next, all of you get a better perspective. Kipling, Mammoth, and Mustang, front row seats, as a breath weapon cone of fire that does extend out. It could easily torch this entire room. But because you rolled 19, I respect what I said about only targeting you first. It leans towards the right side of Palace throne room. You watch as a mixture of flame and what appears to be this kind of strange. It's not red fire. It is a bluish, kind of purplish tint. And you watch as it washes over the floor and rushes in your direction. There is a feeling of vacancy that vanishes from your head as you are in your last moments left alone. You are unsure as to why, but your facilities and body is your own, and you feel the presence of the Monarch of Mischief disappear. What was the initial reaction to feeling that after she just said she'll go down with the ship?
We'll be like, well, fuck. I guess she did have a final joke after all.
Shit.
And he's not mad.
Yeah. As that kind of like hint of a lingering smile begins to creep across your face, there is a pause where you close your eyes and you can feel the flame wash over you. Opposed to many other breath weapons, this is propelled. This is a fast, hard-hitting, not just cone of fire or a long, consistent breath spraying over a distance. This is very much like a fireball, just much, much bigger. Feel the impact. You feel the heat. But as you open them, as you open your eyes, opposed to the darkness that you've been invited to all of the previous times that you have died, you see white. Fine white, almost whitish, blondish. And your vision clears. And sitting in front of you is an egg. Roughly about a little bit smaller than you. But familiar in make and design. And you see slumped up against it, back to the egg, facing you. You see the familiar darkened skin. Mixture of jet white and blonde hair. And wearing a little bit different attire than what you last saw her in. Except now wearing a extraordinarily cheeky grin on her face. The visage of one Captain Zyrus Amaril. One last joke?
Oh, you did.
And the egg cracks. And you see in a look of confusion, Uldrin, seeing that you are still alive, the body begins to move towards you now, clawing across the throne room, maw opening up towards you. And you see the bits and cracks on the egg grows and then shatters, scattering across the floor. And you see and watch what is tiny in comparison at the moment, but would otherwise be a rather large, almost snake-like body begin to wind upwards and outwards, coiling up and standing on its tail at roughly about 11 feet tall. Pure, almost pearlescent-like scales. Two long and at the end almost frilled whiskers coming off of the front. Two more coming off the top of the head, looking more like horns than the actual whiskers themselves. And a thin line of fur running down the center of the back all the way to the tail. As Duradon, what would you like to name your sea drake?
Is it male or female, or do I know?
I'll allow it. It's a magic egg. Fuck it. Why not? It is a female.
Okay. Female sea dragon.
Sea
Uh,
dragon wormling.
sea dragon wormling. Uh, Ferg.
Hmm?
Ferg. Like Fierg.
Go ahead and type it underneath the game visuals that's just been posted. Is it Fearg?
Or Fear. I'm sorry.
Fergalicious, Jesus Christ. I take it back. You die by fire. Fearg. Okay, that's what I thought you said. You watch as it kind of turns around, looks at you, and the tail begins to wag as it wraps and envelops your body, tightening almost like a boa constrictor. And you see this Uldren's like running towards you, stops, and kind of slides to a stop, roughly about 50-ish feet away, as the draconic head kind of slightly cocks in confusion. You see Zyrus kind of gives a smile and goes, you know, I've been through this a lot, but I don't think I've really risked anything before. It's a weird fucking feeling. I don't get how you people do it a lot. Well, Drake's out of the bag. And she waltzes past it and starts walking up to Uldren, who in turn you watch the draconic form begins to revert back to the humanoid, still maintaining the size at first, but instead of going down to the smaller 9-foot humanoid you were talking to before, it stays around that 20-foot kind of like giant esque, kind of like a little bigger than ogre height that you initially saw him when he was on his throne, and begins sauntering over. For you hear the voice resonating in the area. So you had more than one thrall on the island, more than just these. I see. So what is this, an act of defiance? You have never really given up any lives with a fight before, Mischief. Normally you're happy to see them go and move on to the next. So what is the purpose this time around? And you watch as Cyrus walks up. Well, he did a shit ton of talking that entire time, and it was a little annoying to listen to it. And, normally I don't say much during these little family hassles. However, you made a very good point that I think you kind of just washed over when Mustang brought it up. You said that I really can't make anything. That any bonds that I make only end badly. Ta-da! And just kind of does little jazz hands outward. I think you're fucking wrong, because as the last time I checked, Cyrus Amaril is just under 300 years old, and she hasn't had any problems like the others. And surprisingly enough, she was born as my personal, I guess you could say, avatar. I'm not a god, of course, but, we can still inhabit humanoid bodies. And I've been holding on to this one for quite some time. I've actually interacted with the Six, as they're called, for about 3.5 months. And I've been keeping them safe, checking on their progress to see if they had the same affliction, which they do. I will admit, I can't really change any of that. But nevertheless, you said you wanted proof. Ta-da! Again, your shining proof is here, motherfucker. You see as Aldrin just walks up to Zyrus. Now the form shrinking down to the 9-foot humanoid form before getting right in her face.
And you waited until now. I love to see that your love for the dramatics is still there, sister. However, this is not something that is such a joke that I will laugh at this point. You are saying you created this creature, or that you've been inhibiting this creature for 200 years. How? Your totems have been sealed up. I have not sensed any idols until recently.
Well, the whole part of mischief is that you really don't want people to notice. It's like misdirection. I mean, it's kind of in my name. I really thought that you'd get there sooner, but I don't fault you. I'm really good at what I do. If you want to check her memories, by all means, you have a guy for that. And I'm sure you would love to bring him up here. You know. Or at least some of us wouldn't like to see him, but I think it'd be a funny reunion at the very least. I could get a laugh out of it.
She doesn't suffer any of the side effects.
No, I mean, I fought a lot of battles in the Underdark and no monstrous horrors awakened. As far as I could tell, she's only actually done good in this world for so far, which, by the way, has been super boring and bland, but I played the part so well that you didn't even notice I was on this island for so long. I was actually a Vulcan for a number of years as well. Surprise, surprise. But that's all in the past. I'm only looking for the future. I really like these people. They don't all really like me, but I really like them, and I prefer you don't turn them to ash. So how about you, the beautiful creature that you are, come to an arrangement with us? I think Mr. Strums put it perfectly. We just need time. And you can offer us that. So, how about you give us a year? 1 year to fix this problem, and if we can't do it in that time, I'll kill them myself. And then I'll go right back into the idol, and you can destroy this woman that stands before you. Sound like a deal? Ooh, you don't like that word. Bargain? Compromise? Something of the sort? Aldrin looks down at her, and then looks over at all of you.
Would all of you even be willing to try and save this creature?
As he gestures to Cyrus.
She deceived you from the very first day you met her. She caused all of the problems that you have run into since you came to Paradise Peak. Would you even be willing to even dare try to spend a year alone with her? Never mind try and cure her, and if you fail, your lives are forfeit anyway.
Well,
Seem-
it seems like our lives were about to be forfeit now. I'd rather have them be forfeit a year later. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
Yeah, I was planning to marry Cyrus, and this doesn't really change anything. So
You see a look of confusion cross Uldren's face, and then a look of shock cross Cyrus's face. And what's weird is you can see, like, half of the face is more shocked than the other half. And in the very same sense that you understand Durdon, because Monica Mischief was literally just sharing the same body as you. Is Cyrus having the reaction and the Monica Mischief having a reaction to the statement that you just made? And one is of complete shock, and the other is like deviously smiling / a knowing look.
That's me.
You see Ultron just keeps side-eyeing the dragon that is now wrapping around you in a very protective manner. He goes,
And this is of your creation as well.
looking towards Cyrus.
Technically, yes, because it came from an artifact that I made. But it's not one of yours. And, I can't really vouch for its imbalance, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be fine. Since I didn't technically, bond with it or anything. So it should be good. If not, you can kill it if you really don't like it. But look, it's so cute and it looks exactly like Wave, doesn't it? You wouldn't kill baby Wave, would you?
Theurg is her name.
Theurg?
Yes.
You wouldn't kill baby Theurg, would you?
FIERGE.
Aldrin looks towards the Sea Drake, looks towards all of you.
I don't think you understand what she is asking me to give you. Let me make this very clear. She is asking for a year of time, but she is not insinuating your freedom during that time. She is asking for a year of time in this moment, until you figure out a way to control her. Probability problem. It will feel like nothing has changed for you, but the world will move on. Death would be quick, painless, all of your responsibilities gone. With this, you could go insane and then still have to die afterwards. So I will ask you as a group one last time. Is that something that you're really certain you're willing to do?
Yeah, I might as well.
You're forgetting to list the part that, yeah, maybe we do go insane, but there's also the part that maybe we don't go insane and we solve this problem and we don't die. And the other option is that we just die. So I would be taking my chances.
Look towards Kipling.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Cyrus.
Oh,
That was so cute. Cyrus smiles and waves towards you. You're not sure if it's Cyrus or the Monarch of Mischief who's waving, but She goes,
1 year is what I will give you. The other monarchs will know that I used my power in doing this. So if you do not find a solution, Be most assured, there will be multiple reasons for ending you the second that you appear. If you do not have proof of this control, well, I need not give empty threats where you know it already lies.
She just keeps kind of giving an uncomfortable side eye towards Iris and Duradon and the dragon.
I wish you luck on your endeavor. May you fix whatever mischief has ailed you with. Come back through when you are ready. Otherwise, it will simply close with you inside of it. Reaches out his hand, and you can see for a moment, it almost looks like the air itself begins to distort before, very similar to how summoning spells look like a ritualistic circle appears whether on the ground, in the air, wherever you choose for the summoned creature to appear, the sigil follows with it. She is a sigil the size of roughly about 20 feet by 20 feet, pops up directly to his left. It is a pearlescent white, purple, and black. Almost like a swirling void. And he gestures towards it. He watches Xyrus, or Mischief, waltzes up, kind of skipping up towards it, looks towards all of you, kind of gestures with her hand for you to come over.
I'll I'll look up to Ferg and say, can you walk with us to make a barrier between us and the monarch in case he decides to try the breath thing again?
You just hear a low grumble from the throat as you do not speak Draconic. But he still like tied himself around your waist. It kind of lightens up a little bit so you're able to walk, but he doesn't let go. She doesn't let go, excuse me.
I'll then move with the party and try to keep myself close so that Ferg by nature is also close.
So you all gather around. You watch as Mischief looks back towards Aldrin and goes, "Alright, well, don't terrorize the island while we're gone. If anything, major important happens, keep me updated, keep us in the loop." Get it? Loop time. I'll see you in a bit, bro. And she waltzes into the black swirling energy that is before her and disappears. Do you all follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
One by one, you enter. And as it It doesn't close behind you, but as you all step through, you find yourself in the palace, sitting in the same room that you were just in before. But instead of having scorch marks along the walls or any damage from the previous events that just transpired, you see everything is pristine. The same to when you first saw the room when you walked in. You watch as you all turn around, hearing a noise coming from behind you as the doors open and you see a slightly younger looking Uldren, Ramaskira, and Wave walk through the door, giving you a look of curiosity. And that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Pick
Yeah.
up there next
What?
week. Your life is a
Crazy.
lie. I'm so sorry.
Crazy, crazy.
Holding on to things for far too long, and it feels so good to say it.
Oh my god.
Did you
Oh
not
my God.
find it? Did you not find it weird that I got so excited when when Mammoth rolled a 20 at the docks and just happened to find a captain who fit every need that you had and happened to be a cleric of all things when you needed her and could switch between levels and spells and all sorts of goodies. You know, followed you on a death adventure for only 50 fucking gold.
That's
Like,
true. We severely
oh,
underpaid them.
oh yeah. Nah, this was the Long Kong, baby.
Long indeed it was.
But good job. I will say, the whole trying to convince him in the first place about keeping you alive, um, giving him good points did help. It wasn't going to be a fruitless endeavor for nothing. It was just.
Did we give him good points?
Yeah, I mean, you at least had good conversation at the very least.
That was
It
so
was more of
stressful.
I've heard a lot of idiots over my life give really stupid reasons why they should live, and I'm trying to find a solution, not a begging contest to see if you can, strike a chord in my clearly non-existent heart. Which is why he was like, Kipley, stop talking. That's why I said last session, take no offense. I'm not gonna target out anyone in particular. It is an old, not so caring being being like, hey, I don't give a fuck about feelings. Give me results.
Hands are E for everyone.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And once again, we prove that Scanlon was right and dick jokes save lives.
No, I will 100% say that ending, that 19 saved you from TPK. I'll be so brutally honest. I was about to ask you guys if you wanted to go for a TPK or not.
Was it fire damage?
No, it was force damage.
Fuck me, bro. What's a guy gotta do to get some fire damage around here?
No, I will say,
Not sure it would have mattered.
the ability being used for this little transpiring event is actually taken from in-game rules as written mechanics. And there is a CR stat block that has been slightly adjusted for the Moniker Dragons, because I did want them to be based off of something that actually existed in the world of D&D. And that is of an ancient time dragon, which they have the beautiful ability Time Gate where they can send people into the past or future, as long as it's anywhere from 8,000 years ago
Oh my
to
God.
8,000 years in the future.
I
Yeah,
could
time
be game.
dragons are fucking
So-
Why did he
very
send
fun.
us in the past? Oh
So,
my God.
so no, 100%. If any of you like were super adamant about like, can you get rid of it? Can you like break the bond for us, or like we will imprison mischief, or like if you were just super anti mischief, he would have given you the option to go back into the past and essentially redo parts of the campaign. Now, that's still on the table technically, because you just need to find an answer how to get rid of chaos / probability in a year's time.
I thought it was a trap.
He's to his word. I mean, he doesn't really want to kill
No,
people.
the it seemed like too easy or something to be like this lady. No, fuck her. I'm against mischief. Get me out. It seemed like a surface level. I only want to. I'm doing this to live kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, for sure. If you just said, take mischief instead of me, he would have just killed you.
Oh yeah.
But no, he just wants a creative way to try and deal with the fact that his sister causes, a world crisis once every couple 100 years, 1,000 years, whenever she gets out.
Wonder if
So,
that means we can go back and do some of our other fuck ups.
well, that's what I was going to say. Think about this carefully, because I will say you don't have this knowledge immediately, but it will be talked about next week, because she does know what her brother can do. She does know that he's a time dragon. You will essentially, next week's session is going to be planning out what you want to do for the future. Because remember when I said that last time, when I said it decides where you go next in the campaign? Yeah, no, I was being literal. We decide what place and time you want to go in the campaign. So if you want to try and use the solution of like blast to the past, go back and never get the level up from the totem, we can do that. And we will 100% do like a collab mash of either mini one shots, or if you really want to, a redo of the campaign based on the
So
starting
fucking
point.
cool.
If you really want to keep everything that's happened so far, you can try and genuinely find a solution by talking with Mischief and the past versions of Ultron and Wave to find a solution. This is a very like flexible achievement that you guys can unlock.
I have so
So
many questions.
wherever you want to go from here, try and think of some creative ways with one another, and we can work it out. All of next session is just going to be you guys shooting shit. Whatever you want to try,
God,
you can
thank fuck.
try. There's just going to be a whole hopefully 3 to 4 hours of you guys trying to figure out what you want to do as a group and what you want to try and accomplish with either relying on Uldren, relying on Xyrus, relying on destroying the totem, whether you want to help the Monarch of Mischief or not. Because you can 100%, I'll tell you, if you want to say fuck this bitch and you just never use the totem that you found when you freed Evelyn Gray, you can do that. You can destroy it. You can do, this is a sandbox. You can do whatever you want. So, or if you really want to, you can say fuck it. What if we combine them all and gather all 12? That's not advised, because you will eventually appear back in the time that Ultron set in the future. But I'll leave it all up to you guys. I feel like I had something else. Fuck. Was it? Oh,
What
yes.
if we brought Maeve back?
Yeah, you can. That's a possibility.
I have so many questions.
If you go back before Maeve died, it is literally like Back to the Future logic of like what happens if I do this X, Y, and Z. Think
Is there a
about
lottery in this world? Can I buy a ticket?
it. Ha ha ha. None that you would know of, bud. You're underage.
That's true. Yeah.
I will say this though. This is also my solution to the item problem that we are going to run into in the near future. So if, and hopefully, you will find some sort of resolution. Because I'm betting you guys are pretty decently smart. And it's not exactly something that has like one or two right answers. If you manage to get this under control and or just get rid of it, this is going to be influencing the next set of rules that are going to be replacing the item system. We're keeping all of your abilities that you have now, because otherwise that'd fuck up a lot of builds and shit. But going into the future, I'm going to be doing what I do best, and I'm going to be stealing from Jared. And we're going to be doing something that's pretty close to creative points. For those of you that don't know about it, it's a little tweaked version of inspiration. You get a number of points at the beginning of a session. You don't gain any back. You only burn through them until the end of it. And it will allow you to put a number of points towards a goal, whether that is altering a attack, a spell, or a pre-existing item ability. And you will make a roll based on whatever it is. If it's a fail, there will be consequences. If a success, you will get to bend the rules as written's law of D&D, essentially. Literally curve a bullet, or however you will. And that will be the emphasis of your control over mischief / your powers.
So
Because
sick.
going forward, I think it's going to really fucking suck to have 20 abilities to keep track of. And I didn't think about that beforehand because I was thinking about fun. And, you know, when you're thinking about fun, sometimes things slip through. So from a game design perspective, I fucked up, gang. But this is hopefully a better solution that will allow you to be way more creative in general, because you're not going to be held back by item descriptions. Of course, there's a limited number, and the side effects will be pretty bad if you fuck up. But hey, look on the bright side. You get to go places in the past and future, possibly. Hee ha ha ha.
Do we get to meet our past selves?
Or do
You
we
don't
like
know yet.
replace our past selves?
You don't
we
know
don't know.
yet.
Okay. We don't know.
That is to be seen. But speaking of being seen, Jared, you get stat block.
Huh? Hey,
You got a baby.
I did get it.
Here's your child.
Child.
There is your
My
child.
Oh fuck.
You can't fly it right now because you're both medium creatures. But in the future, technically the only one that can ride it is Mammoth.
Yeah.
Because you're a small creature and it's a medium dragon. But it's, even for a baby, it's still pretty useful.
Hell yeah.
What if I
Listen.
made it bigger?
Yeah.
If you did, then yeah, if you, like something that can large reduce.
Mm-hmm.
For a minute, someone could ride it.
Comms.
Did you say good comms?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. That actually really made me laugh, and I had to hold it in. That was really good.
Wasn't on
Oh.
purpose.
This thing's actually pretty fucking good. It has
Oh no,
hella saving throw
gets-
proficiencies.
when it grows up, it can get to the level of ancient.
It's-
Its ancient version actually fucking good, because this is from Tome of Beasts. Which means
I
that
pulled
it
it up
gets-
on 5e Tools.
Yeah, it gets better shit.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, the picture for this shit looks so derpy.
It
I'm
goes-
so happy you went with.
Yeah, So
I'm happy
here's
you
the thing.
chose
Here's the
it.
thing. The younger version of it kind of looks good. Like young Sea Dragon kind of looks good. All the others look like garbage. I'm gonna be so real. I did